Halstead Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
And welcome to the championship here between Northern Cass and Central Cass in our pregame show here today, brought to you in part by Irie Insurance. We see what we'll have installed for more fireworks today here in Castleton, after the Central Cass Squirrels were able to come back and defeat the Lisbon Broncos 8-6 in walk-off fashion, thanks to a Jake Thompson 3-run homer out to left field in 8 innings. So we get you ready for the championship game, which will be a rematch of last year's championship here in Castleton, in which Central Cass defeated Northern Cass 4-3 in 8 innings to make their way out to Jamestown last year, the home of the state tournament. This year, all roads lead to Newman Outdoor Field. It's the Squirrels and the Jags. We'll get you into some more information about how these two teams have fared to this point of the season, what is at stake in terms of making it to the state tournament, and also what could be had later today in Castleton as well between these two respective clubs. It's Northern Cass and Central Cass. This is our pregame show. Northern Cass will be the home team. The Squirrels will be the visitors on the scoreboard here today on your liveevent.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
Did you know that there are several different types of crop hail insurance policies? Hi, this is Bethany Rentz, crop insurance agent with Irie Insurance. We at Irie Insurance select a hail policy that will best protect your crops and bottom line from a hailstorm. Give us a call today to schedule a time to meet with an Irie Insurance agent. For our contact information, go to our website at irieins.com.
You're protected and appreciated at Irie.
Irie Insurance is an equal opportunity provider.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
The Rumble on the Red, presented by Ellingson Companies and Gerdau Metals Recycling, is coming to West Fargo, North Dakota. The World of Outlaws Not Safe to Drink Sprint Cars come to the Red River Valley Speedway on Saturday, May 31st. Tickets are available now at slspromotions.com or by calling 815-344-2023.
As we continue here on the pregame show today on yourliveevent.com, Chase Miller with you. Join us will be Josh Boyko here as well throughout the broadcast. Then we'll get you ready for the Region 2 baseball tournament a little bit later on here today on yourliveevent.com. These two teams have already met here in the postseason, and they met twice in the regular season as well. Northern Cass just came out on top all 3 times as they defeated the Central Cass Squirrels 8-0 and 7-0 back on April the 22nd. And then from there, the Northern Cass Jags were able to beat the Central Cass Squirrels 11-3 in the most recent matchup. That was, again, 11-1, in the most recent matchup back on Monday at Teamsters Field in Fargo, in which Northern Cass came away with the victory, scoring 7 runs in the 6th inning. They took advantage of a handful of Central Cass errors, 5 of them in that win back again on Monday. In that result, able to see Trey Huzar and Metzger get the 1-2 combination to pick up the victory. You saw Christensen get 5 1/3 innings of work in his own right here in this one. So for Northern Cass, trying to make it now a 4 of 4 against the Central Cass Squirrels. Well, on the opposite side for Central Cass, trying to win this game and then somehow get to championship game number 2 if you can get to that point. And if you do so, then it'll be a winner-take-all game to make it to Newman Outdoor Field and be part of the Region 1 team that will represent Region 1 at the state tournament. We'll take a quick break on our pregame show here, brought to you in part by Irie Insurance. We'll get to the starting lineups, the opening pitch around the corner, take a look at some of the numbers, that and more still to come here today in Castleton.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions for 2025 and beyond with a drain tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free, detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Stop on out to Watts Ace Hardware in Castleton and gear up with name brands from Steel, Milwaukee, Ego, and Craftsman Power Tools. Plus, Watts Ace Hardware has a key cutting and paint mixing section for your own do-it-yourself projects. From their grill selection with Traeger, Blackstone, Weber, and the Big Green Egg to their customer laser engraving center, Watts Ace Hardware is a place you need to check out. Stop in at 1610 Governor's Drive in Castleton for Watts Ace Hardware. High school baseball continues here today on our pregame show, brought to you in part by Irie Insurance. Get the insurance protection you want with the customer service that you deserve. So Northern Cass is taking their IO, and they're getting ready for this game against the Central Cass Squirrels as the officials will be making their way. Then we'll get to our umpires and get you ready for some more baseball here today on yourliveevent.com. For these two particular teams, Central Cass now improved with that win to 16-5 on the season, going up against Northern Cass. Here, taking a look at their record at 24-3 on the season here for Northern Cass. Some other games that will be making its way later today. We know this Region 2 will not start at noon. It'll probably start closer to 1:32, maybe a little bit later on after that. Thompson, Hatton, Northwood. Josh Boyko will have the call for that elimination game coming up in the Region 2 baseball tournament. You'll get to HCV and Larimore on the way after that, and then from there, a elimination game in the Region 2 baseball tournament. Region 3, Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion, Edgeley defeated New Rockford, Cheyenne to make it to the championship for the Lobos. In Region 3, New Rockford, Cheyenne will go up against South Border. Region 4, later today, Midway Minto against Langdon Area in a loser-out game. In the winners bracket will feature Park River, Fordville, Lincoln, Park River Area against the Grafton Spoilers. So that's a look, again, at the eastern half of this state. We'll continue on our pregame show after this as they're getting through the lineup cards here. We'll get to our starting lineups and the opening pitch in around a moment. Bring Josh Boyko with us. See how the field conditions are today in terms of the warmth and kind of what everything feels like down the field. That and more is still to come here on your LiveEvent.com.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
You don't have to go alone. I will bring you through the storm. I will lift you up. No, you're not on your own. I will be the light that carries you through the storm. I will lift you up.
The Northern Cass Booster Club is here for all Jaguar students from academics, arts, athletics, and co-curricular activities throughout the school year. You can find more information or become a Northern Cass Booster Club member today by scanning the QR code on screen now or follow the Northern Cass Booster Club on Facebook for updates throughout the year, or simply search for the Northern Cass Booster Club page on the Northern Cass School website. Go Jags!
As we continue here on our pregame show, brought to you in part by Irie Insurance, Chase Miller, Josh Boyko with you here today on your LiveEvent.com. Josh Boyko is down the field here with us. We'll be giving some reports throughout the course of the day and kind of his particulars, and we'll hear from some of the championship winners if it comes after this game or the second game. Currently sunny skies, 57 degrees, winds are fairly calm at around 10 miles per hour. And Josh, a fair cry from what we had back on Monday in Fargo. We got the games in which was the main importance, but a little bit different here today with the sun shining and not having to worry about if we're going to get postponed or delayed here in this one.
Yeah, a very nice contrast here on this bright and sunny day. Not really a cloud in the sky here in Castleton. It's pleasant conditions for baseball in the morning. It will warm up to about 70, low 70s this afternoon, but we've got a beautiful day for baseball, and it was a beautiful day for a walk-off home run to get us started. Jake Thompson goes yard with a 3-run bomb to send Central Cass to have this date here with Crosstown at Northern Cass.
Yeah, let's talk about Northern Cass and Central Cass here. Northern Cass has owned the matchups this season between the two teams. We'll start with them, Josh. You had to sit around. This game was scheduled to be at 10. We're about an hour later before we get to first pitch. It's early in the morning. You got on the bus. Everybody had to do it. But what's the mentality here if you're Northern Cass, knowing that you've got a really good pitcher in Jacob Ossie coming on the mound, but more importantly, trying to take some demons off in which they lost in this very field last year to this team in Central Cass in 8 innings here, Josh.
Yeah, a heartbreaker to end Region 1 last year for Northern Cass, but they get a chance at redemption now, and it's an early morning game. You just got to not let that affect anything. Just go through the routine, go through it like any other day, because Northern Cass has had success against this Squirrels team so far this year. They just have to keep that same mentality that they've had to bear down and get this win today.
On the opposite side, obviously, you're riding an emotional high if you're Central Cass, but at the end of the day, you got to find a way to win not one but 2 games. So what's the biggest thing here if you're a Squirrels fan, Josh, after they had 5 errors, only scored 1 run against OC, and alongside, scoring those runs against Huszar and Metzger? How do you try to stem the tide here and try to pick up the first win in the 4th matchup against Northern Cass this season?
Well, they got to get the bats going early. They're going to get the bats first here, even though it's their home field. They're going to be up first to bat, so it's secure a lead early because you've gone through some arms already today, so it'll be important to try and be pitching ahead with those secondary arms for this Squirrels team. They have lots of pop in the lineup, going yard twice already in game number 1. Can they keep it going against OC here today?
He's Josh Boyko. I'm Chase Miller. That does it for our pregame show, brought to you in part by IRE Insurance. Go to ireinsurance.com to get a free quote started today. They cover it from home, auto, crop, commercial, and benefits insurance. As we get you ready to rev up the engines with the first pitch here with the Norman County Raceway and the Red River Valley Speedway. Norman County Raceway on Thursday nights throughout the summer. Red River Valley Speedway in West Fargo on Friday nights. With racing on the radio, Josh Boyko will be part of that here this summer. Josh, what are you most looking forward to at the races coming up here throughout the summer months?
Well, hopefully some good weather to get us started here, as it's been a rainy week, but Norman County Raceway, Red River Valley Speedway, going to have all the action. We're going to have the World of Outlaws back in Ada on June 28th this year, so the late models coming back to town. It was a fantastic show last year. Looking forward to it again.
Opening pitch at 11 o'clock here, brought to you in part by Norman County Raceway and the Red River Valley Speedway. We'll get to that and more in a little bit later on here, as this one will miss out of the zone to Peterson. Keegan then will take a strike. It's 1-1. Justin Farkas up the third base line. Bob Barkley up the first base line. Farkas up the third base. Then Jordan Hughes calling balls and strikes behind the plate as Peterson hits this one foul. If there was a softball game going on, I might say that's dangerous, but for the moment, that's not too bad, as we got to wait a couple hours before Jake Berkemeyer joins us for the Region 1 softball coverage starting at 2. 1-2 pitch is going to be fisted up the third base line. That'll go foul, and that's the one thing, Josh, with the turf. You get some pretty good fair hops, but if you got a lot of English on it, you're just not sure if that one could just hit the seam, then bounce back into fair territory there.
Well, that's why you got to be running hard out of the box, and that's exactly what Peterson was doing there, just trying to do his part. That one does trickle foul, but he hustles out of the box well.
As we'll do it all over again, Keegan Peterson, Brody Cagley, and Jake Thompson, the top third of the lineup. Noah Muckow, Gail Pearson, then Jack Everson, 4, 5, and 6 batters. Ryan Osmonstead, Carver Kozowski, the freshman on the mound, then Lucas Christensen here today for Coach Maggio. This one, a little check swing. Did he go through the zone? No, he did not. Those will be now 2-2. Metzger in left, Huszar in center, Hansen in right. We'll get to the infield after this. Nice contingent of Squirrels and Jags fans here today. 2-2, swung on a miss. There's the strikeout. They'll have to go the long way. They get it. OC, one man up, one man retired as Kegley comes up to the plate.
Nasty breaking ball to the low and outside corner right there. That's exactly where you want to locate that, especially with 2 strikes after you show them the high fastball. Very nice contrast on the sequence.
As you see, Northern Cass here with Metzger, Huszar, and Hansen left to right. We'll get to their team pitching and hitting here in a moment. As this one's a little squibber off the end of the bat, coming on is going to be Hoppy. Makes it look easy. 5-3 on the putout. Kegley's retired on one pitch. For Northern Cass, hitting in this tournament in 3 games, batting .434 at the plate. 28 runs, 23 driven in, 12 walks and 17 strikeouts. Pitching coming into this game, 18 innings of work, 15 hits against, 6 runs, 6 walks with 27 strikeouts for the Jags, as this is delivered a strike. So far, Huszar has pitched 2 times. He reached his limit. Metzger has pitched twice with 70. Carter Wadeson able to see Anderson as well. So for head coach Sam Johnson, and we've talked about this over the years with Central Cass in their own right, you win that first and second game, you really put yourself in a really good position, not having to get through arms, as this one's going to be hit on the ground, picked up there by Hoppy. Hoppy goes across the diamond. The throw will be a little bit off the bag here as Jake Thompson will get on base. So Hoppy's throw to Clement went a little bit up the home plate than the outfield side. So that'll be an error, and the Squirrels get a runner on here. What looked like to be a routine ground ball.
Tough one to catch at first base when that's up the home plate side when the runner's barreling down the line. Jake Thompson, not someone that you want to stand in the way of, particularly either.
Not at all. Noah Muckow. This one will miss out of the zone. It's now 1-0. Just in the last game, if you're just joining us from the Lisbon Bronco contest, Muckow and Thompson both hit a home run to left field here today, where the wind, again, blowing a little bit, but nothing compared to what we saw throughout the weekend and earlier this week. 1 ball, 1 strike here to the cleanup batter. And speaking of Noah's solo homer, that was his first hit of the tournament. Then he had a sacrifice fly to walk, as well as this one is foul back. It's now 1-2. So far, the OC Josh working through the zone. Got Peterson on a strikeout, Kegley on 1 pitch, and made a good pitch to Thompson there. Trying to see if he can get around Muckow.
Hey, he's done what he's need to do so far, which is throw strikes. He's not falling behind these hitters as he gets the corner for the call.
2 down via the strikeout there in the top of the first inning as we make our way to the bottom half of the frame on the Bank North scoreboard. Central Cass scoreless, Northern Cass coming to the plate.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
Farmers, are you expanding, upgrading, or want to automate? Visit with the experienced staff at Hope Electric to learn about the latest electrical systems and the newest technologies that they have developed to make your operation more efficient. Get a custom system in place with features like iPad truck loading and remote view grain storage, touchscreen controls, hazard monitoring systems, and wireless cellular cameras to protect your assets. Hope Electric, serving the agricultural and commercial industry since 1978. Visit hopeelectric.com or call 701-945-2460.
Bottom of the first inning, Chase Miller alongside Josh Boyka with you here today on yourliveevent.com as we take a look at the starting 9 here for Northern Cass. You'll see Metzger, OC, and Huzar top third. That'll be Carter Wadeson, Chris Hoyland, and Sam Clement. Bottom third of the lineup will feature Hoppy, Anderson, and Cody Wadeson with Gage Hansen the flex out in right. Thompson in left field, Christensen in center, Osmanstead in right for Central Cass. Muckow at first with Kegley at second, Everson at shortstop, Peterson at third with Pearson behind the plate. A freshman and Kozowski, and this is where you're just, if you're the Central Cass Squirrels, you've already thrown Keegan Peterson, he's done. Lucas Christensen's thrown a $114. Holland has thrown. Last game, you also had Noah Muckow, Jake Thompson, and as we said, Keegan Peterson, and you can only throw so many pitches in a particular day at 120. So, yes, you might see Noah Muckow later on. Yes, you could see a Jake Thompson a little bit later on. But, Josh, this is the thing. You get to this point of the tournament playing now, your 5th game, you just got to find maybe some a little bit deeper in the rotation, find some guys to try to get through some innings here.
Yep, it's the secondary arms, and Kozowski's going to have to show up here today, and the luxury that Northern Cass had is not having to play that game earlier today. They can save a pitcher like OC for this championship game here, potentially.
As Metzger swung on and missed here, Metzger, the senior, 6 of 11 with 3 runs scored and 4 runs driven in this tournament. This one will miss inside. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Metzger, OC, and Huzar. Northern Cass has defeated Central Cass earlier in the tournament in the winner's bracket. It's the 1 and 2 seed going up against each other as Metzger dances out of the way. It's now 2-1. So 2 balls, 1 strike on the way here for the senior. And Coach Sam Johnson for Northern Cass was frank in the pre-season. Talking with him on the YourLiveEvent.com coaches show, he said, quite truthfully, Chase, it's state tournament or bust with this team. I mean, this is a team that's got a lot of seniors, juniors, a ton of experience that have been to these particular situations before. They just have to try to climb the mountain that is Central Cass as it works to 3 and 2.
Don't think that they've forgotten what's happened on this field last year. It's front of mind as they're going up to try and take it away.
Here's the payoff pitch. Swung on and missed, and Carver Kozowski gets a strikeout to open up the bottom of the first inning.
Good breaking ball right there, and it comes in a full count, too. That's not how you know a young pitcher has confidence. They're able to trust a breaking ball in a 3-ball count, especially a full count right there when you know you got to land one. He does it well.
As you get that first out, which can be a big advantage and a boost of confidence, as OC, the opposing pitcher here, 5-9 in the tournament with 5 runs scored and 3 walks here at the plate. Missing out of the zone 2-0. Here in Castleton, school is officially out. You have those that are making their way towards state track. You still got golf a little bit later on. The 2-0 pitch, it's now 2-1, and you got someone that's playing in the swing set just moments ago. As on a day like today, if you're a younger kid, bring out the basketball and get on the blacktop a little bit. Here's the 2-1 pitch. I'll miss inside now, 3-1. About 3 hours from now, Region 1 softball tournament will be full in effect. So where Josh Boyko is standing, you might have to watch out for a softball foul ball on top of it. As you see, all turf now with baseball, softball, and football here. And main reason why we're in Castleton with this turf infield and outfield.
Head on the swivel today.
Here's the 3-2 pitch. This one will go all the way to the backstop. Having it complete it will be Pearson. Will have to go the long way. And do they beat it? Yes. Josh, you get a bird's eye view on that one. It was close to from up here whether it was a foul tip or not, but OC swung on a miss. It went all the way to the backstop, and Pearson with a nice throw up to Muckow, who smartly came off the base, Josh, to give him a target and have enough time to finish off the play.
Yeah, that's textbook from Muckow right there, giving the throwing catcher a throwing lane to make that play. And I initially did think foul tip just because of the sound, but that was the catcher's glove that we heard down here.
So Kozowski with back-to-back strikeouts. Now it's to Trey Huzar. Huzar 1-0, the senior center fielder, future South Dakota State Jackrabbit. The 1-0 pitch in there for a strikeout, 1-1. Trey is 4 of 9 in the tournament with 4 runs scored and a run driven in so far. And quite frankly, we haven't seen a lot of deep counts. If Trey likes a pitch, he knows he's probably not going to see many. So he's going up there swinging early in the tournament, trying to put something in play. But this one working the count a little bit to 2-1. 2-1 pitch, that'll miss. Now 3-1. Carter waits and due up next here for Northern Cass. Well, for Central Cass, top of the second inning, it'll be Pearson, Everson, and Ryan Osmanstedt. Central Cass, by virtue of being the 2 seed, is the visiting team here. The 3-1 offering in there for a strike. It's now 3-2. Northern Cass, the number 1 seed here in the Region 1 baseball tournament. The payoff pitch from Kozowski. That'll miss for a ball. Huzar takes a 6-pitch walk, and there's a runner on here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, with Kozowski on the mound, the message right there, make him swing at your pitch. You've got the bases empty, so you can afford to go at him, but don't give him just a cookie right there. Huzar didn't really see anything that he liked during that at-bat. He stayed patient, and he gets ball 4, first base runner for Northern Cass.
As we'll see a runner at first here with Trey Huzar, Carter Waitson, the senior shortstop. The cleanup batter here for the Jags, as you'll see Kozowski working from the stretch, trying to pick off Huzar. Good throw where Muckow, Josh, barely had to do much with it if Huzar was late, but he did get back safely.
Yeah, that's the grade A move, as you would call it.
As this one runs in and hits him, Carter Waitson will be a hit batter, and that little 2-out rally brewing here for Northern Cass after a pair of strikeouts, a walk, and a hit batter. And you'll see runners at first and second on the way here for the Jags, as Pearson will come out and talk with Kozowski, as we'll get a courtesy runner as Kaysen Miller, no relation, will come on and courtesy run here for the Jags. That goes out to the late, great Scott Miller that got a chance to work with Scotty and radio and do some different broadcasts from high school to college. And anytime I worked with him, Josh, being the back end on the radio, he would go, Chase Miller, no relation, kind of like a Seinfeld reference. So that one going out to Scott Miller anytime I see another Miller out on the roster card for anybody here. So runners at first and second, Chris Hoyland at the plate. First pitch swinging, but this one goes foul.
Yeah, Hoyland was ready for a pitch in the zone there. He got one he liked, but he was just a little bit late on it. Loops it foul.
Hoyland through 3 games with 6 runs driven in here in the tournament. 5-9 with 2 runs scored at the plate. 1 offering upcoming. That'll miss out of the zone. It's now 1-1. If you're Northern Cass, a chance to jump on Central Cass in a similar situation on Monday. They took advantage of 2 errors and had a Carter Waitson 2 RBI double to get up 2 runs to 0. This one's going to be hit on the ground. Everson backhands. It goes the short way in time to Kegley. Nice play by the shortstop to retire this side. There were no runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. We're scoreless on the Big North scoreboard as we make our way to the top of the 2nd inning here in Castleton.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 201 Main Street, Hunter.
Top of the 2nd inning. Well, Thompson and Hat Northwood were scheduled to play at noon for the Region 2 baseball tournament. They're here. The question is, how long are they going to have to wait? If Northern Cass wins, then they'll get to the next game. If Central Cass wins, then you got to add another hour and a half, 2 hours before that. So if you're a Tommy or a Thunder fan, we'll get to your game. The question just becomes, will it be closer to 1:32 or will it be closer to 3:34? That will be kind of the end question here. Pearson, Everson, and Ryan Osmonstead do up. Here's a high fly ball. That'll go down the left field line, and that will be hooking a foul towards the Hatton Northwood fans that are up the left field line. Already seen a couple of home runs here today. Pearson was trying to make it another Central Cass player to get one. That will be 0-1. We'll get to the senior catcher here against Jacob Osee. Osee with a good spot. This one will be a strike. It's now 0-2. And that's one thing that Northern Cass has had this season. Metzger, Osee, Huzar, got guys who can definitely find the way to pitch. As this is going to be hitting the air, that's to left center field. Metzger gets on his horse in the gap, and that'll retire. Pearson puts some good lumber on it, Josh. Just better job by Metzger covering some ground.
That's a hard one to catch up to, especially in a 2-strike count. That one's letter high, but able to get the barrel to it into the left center field gap. But just a nice play by Metzger, ranging over, makes it happen.
Jack Everson now up at the plate. What have you seen so far, albeit early from Osee, Josh, as he delivers the first pitch to Everson? What have you liked so far from Jacob Osee?
Well, he's been going to that right-handed batter's outside corner, and he just tried it and missed a little bit right there, but he's been able to hit it a number of times. It's a really tough one to get to, as he misses again to that side. If you try to swing and pull that as a right-handed batter, it's a ground ball to short every time. Weakly hit. A lot of weak contact can be induced by living in that spot.
Here's the 2-0 offering on the way. This one is going to be hit foul, and we'll make it now 2-1 as that one went right on top of the press box here. If you're in the concession stand area, that would be a little bit more dangerous behind us. 2 balls, 1 strike on the way. We'll conclude the Region 1 baseball tournament here today at some point, as this is another good hit ball into the gap. Huzar will come into it and able to make the catch. He lost his glove, and he did it barehanded. How about the D1 athlete, Trey Huzar? How do you do on a little Thursday morning here, Josh?
I don't even know what I just saw right there. I didn't even notice that the glove was off because it was such a smooth play in center field, and you see the catcher. What happened?
Everybody, the catcher, Carter Waits, and Osee put their hands up and looked at him like, what are you trying to do, Willie Mays it out there without a glove, or what's going on? 2 down regardless. You don't get style points in the game of baseball, and I promise Trey's not trying to be a Savannah Banana player where that's extra points in banana ball. It's now 0-1.
And the left fielder, Metzger, was going to get there too, but he called him off with no glove.
Trey's had to work with a little bit of an injury this season, and he looks to be all right out there. Doing a big smile on. Here's the 0-2 offering. Strike 3 looking to retire the side. So a 3-up, 3-down inning for Osee as we make our way to the bottom of the 2nd inning. I'm sure Trey Huzar is going to be asked, what was going on there? regardless, it's a 3-up, 3-down second as we make our way to the bottom half of the second next on your liveevent.com.
With summer lawn and gardening projects, and Mayport Hardware is here to help. Stop by the greenhouse and browse the wide selection of flowers to liven up your yard. From the outdoor power tools of mowers, tillers, and trimmers to the lawn care essentials of seeds, fertilizers, and top-tier gardening tools, let Mayport Hardware transform your yard to where the grass is greener. Come visit Tim, Sue, and the staff at Trail County's Hardware Hank on Main Street in Mayville.
The World of Outlaws late models return to the Norman County Raceway, Ada, Minnesota, June 28th. Ada Building Center LLC start to finish showdown. Presented by R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. Enjoy the experience. Nationwide top 10 experience last year. Let's make it number 1 this year. World of Outlaws late models. Ada Building Center LLC start to finish showdown. Presented by R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. Tickets now available. ncraceway.com.
Bottom of the second inning. Well, if you want some style, go to Trey Huzar. Apparently here in this one. Just lost the glove, but able to make a play regardless in left center field for the senior. Also will be a couple of the Northern Cass athletes will be making their way from Castleton to Bismarck sometime later today. It's just a matter of when. After that first game that went 2 hours plus, 2 hours and 22 minutes, then you got to the warm-up, so 11 o'clock got underway. But bottom of the second, Trey Huzar makes the glove catch, without the glove that was, and now we make our way to the bottom of the second inning. So OC 2 innings of work so far, a couple of strikeouts. And for Carter Kozowski, he comes on for his second inning of work. A couple of strikeouts, a walk, and a hit by pitch. Clement, Hoppy, and Anderson, 6, 7, and 8 batters due up here for the Jags. As this one will miss. Now 2-0 on the way. When it comes to Northern Cass this season, they haven't played from behind a ton this year, particularly against Region 1 competition. They had to come back against the Lisbon Broncos earlier in the week on Monday, played in some runs in both the 5th and the 6th innings, coming back, and there's another hit by pitch as Sam Clement will take first base. And that's the one thing I think when talking with teams in Region 1 is saying you don't want to get behind against this Jaguar team just for the simple fact they got arms, they can hurt you, and what they can do is steal bases as well. In 3 games in the tournament, they've stolen 12 bases so far as a squad, as you will see now Hoppy coming up. Hoppy 3 of 8 with 4 runs scored so far as they take a look at head coach Sam Johnson up the third base side to get the respective signs and see what the play will be moving forward here. This one will run in. One thing that Carver Kozowski has been able to do so far is tell the batters of Northern Cass, don't step out too far across the plate. There's something coming middle in. So be ready, trying to work inside, not allow that bat extension. The 1-0 pitch, a little, check swing. Did he go through the zone? Yes, he did. As he's able to get that one over for a strike, a curveball, able to make it now 1 ball and 1 strike. So if Central Cass wins, we'll have championship game number 2. If Northern Cass wins, as this one gets by Muckow on the throw by Kozowski, as Clement will make his way to second, takes the big turn there. Osmondstead with the throw to third base. Not going to be in time and on the air. Sam Clement will go from first to third. As the Jags now will take a runner at third base. As we were alluding to earlier, if Central Cass wins, we'll play game 2 of this championship. If Northern Cass wins, then we'll get to the All-Region Team Senior Athlete Coach of the Year, and then we'll transition from Region 1 tournament to the Region 2 tournament, where Thompson and Hatton Northwood await. The 1-1, this one in there for a strike. It's now 1-2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes on the way as Kozowski would like a strikeout here as the infield's playing in. 1-2 pitch, swing on a miss, and Kozowski right on cue gets the swing and the miss, and there's 1 down. Parker Anderson, the junior designated hitter, coming up to the plate. Anderson so far 1 of 7 with 2 runs scored in the tournament. Just looking to get something past the infield here into the outfield. and bring in Sam Clement. Cody Waitson is on the on-deck circle. Looking for a squeeze play. This is popped up, and this will be a foul ball. So a foul ball on the play. They're looking for the straight suicide squeeze. Anderson popped it up, and then you saw three squirrels converge on it with Peterson, Kozowski, and Muckow as Pearson was staying back at home. It bounced in fair territory, but then kicked out of bounds, or excuse me, not out of bounds, kicked into the fair foul line in foul territory, and that one eventually was a foul ball. So smart play from the Central Cass perspective to not grab that baseball. Otherwise, it would have been a perfectly executed squeeze play. They're trying it again. Anderson tries to bunt it, but that'll go up the first base line into the Central Cass dugout foul. It's now 0-2. So no balls, 2 strikes on the way here to the number 8 batter. It's the small ball variety here for Sam Johnson. They did execute a squeeze play against the Squirrels earlier in the week, but then had one that got popped up and ran themselves out of the inning with a double play. As we said in the Broncos-Squirrels game, high risk but high reward. 0-2 pitch. That'll miss inside. It's now 1-2. So the freshman Kozowski on the mound here for Central Cass, going up against the senior Jacob Ossie here for the Jakes. Here's the 1-2. Swung on a miss, and Kozowski gets his 4th strikeout. 2 down, bottom of the 2nd inning, as now it's to Cody Wadeson. Cody Wadeson, the sophomore, 3 of 8 at the plate, 3 runs, scored with 2 runs driven in, and looking for an all-important 2-out base knock here for Northern Cass. Don't put the squeeze play out of it either if it gets to it. Even though with 2 outs, if you can hit a good bunt up the other side, you might be able to do that. Cody Wadeson, then back to Metzger, top of the lineup. So after a hit-by pitch, then the throwing error that allowed Clement to get to third base with nobody out. Got a strikeout of Hoppy, a strikeout of Anderson, and now it's 1 ball, 1 strike here on the way for Kozowski. Here's the 1-1 offering. That'll be hit on the ground. That'll go to Everson at short. Everson with the throw to Muckow in time. 6-3 on the putout to retire the side. So no runs, no hits, and error and a runner left at third here for Northern Cass in the bottom of the 2nd inning. We played 2 today on the Bank North scoreboard. We're scoreless as we head to the top of the 3rd.
Safe to say we have it pretty good in the Drayton, North Dakota area. Growing sugar beets, making sugar, bringing a little sweetness to the world. Every day, American Crystal Sugar produces sweet products people love in a place we love to call home. It's a thing we like to call the sweet life, and we're proud to share it with you. American Crystal Sugar's Drayton facility has recently started offering a $4 per hour shift differential for rotating shifts. Go to AmericanCrystalCareers.com for more information.
Take your softball or baseball skills to the next level with personalized instruction from the professional staff at the Ball Yard. Their mission is to provide area players, young and old, the opportunity to improve their skills in a professional level facility and to provide a high level of instruction to youth players to help them achieve their goals at the Ball Yard. Come and visit the one place in the Fargo-Moorhead area where it's always summer. For more information, go online to fmballyard.com. That's fmballyard.com.
And a contest that started 25 minutes ago here on YourLiveEvent.com. Central Cass and Northern Cass in our first a championship game. Josh Boyko getting ready for Hat Northwood and Thompson, talking with both coaches respectively as they await to see what's going to happen in this particular outcome and then get ready for the next game following that. You'll see 8, 9, and 1 batters. Kozowski, Christensen, and Peterson due up here for the Squirrels' top half of the 3rd inning. As this will miss out of the zone, it's now 1-0. 4 batters to the plate in the first, a 3 up, 3 down second for Ossie's retired 4 consecutive batters in a row here. The 1-0 pitch is going to be fisted, popped up. Ossie's calling everybody off, and that'll get the out. And there's 1 down here in the top of the 3rd. Lucas Christensen, the sophomore, coming up here for Central Cass. Christensen back against the Lisbon Broncos was able to get a run scored. Little excuse me check swing that goes out in front of the plate. Here goes Wadeson. Carter throws it up the first base line, and that one will be a runner on first. as you'll get the throwing error on Carter Waitson. As Carter Waitson on the throw was going to Clement, but just took Sam a little bit too far up the first baseline where he couldn't keep his foot on the bag. So you'll get the throwing error on the catcher there for Carter Waitson. One down and back to the top of the lineup. This one goes right through the 5-hole. And now going to second base will be Lucas Christensen. It'll be 1 ball, no strikes. And all of a sudden the Squirrels now with a runner in scoring position here with 1 down, top of the 3rd inning on the Bank North scoreboard. 1 ball, no strikes on the way for the junior third baseman, as we'll get a quick time at the plate. And in situations like this, against this Northern Cass club this season, if you're anybody, you got to take advantage of it when you get a runner in scoring position here. This one will run out of the zone. It's 2-0. The Squirrels have just 1 runner left on base. That was Thompson after reaching base on an error. And so far, we've had 2 base runners for the Squirrels, both on the error variety. 1 on an E5 and 1 on an E1 so far. Is taking his lead off a second is Christensen. Trying to be held on there is Hoyland. 2 balls, no strikes to Peterson. Ossie would deliver a strike. It's now 2-1. Safe travels to those that are watching, tuning in here today, making their way out to the state track and field meet out in Bismarck. Here's the 2-1 offering. This is going to be a line drive hit. They get the out there on the line that goes to Hoppy. So Keegan Peterson is retired and there's 2 down. But the state track and field meet is definitely one where if you have a chance to go, take advantage of it over the weekend. Kind of as the first weekend into summer. Gets you ready for what the month of June, July can be when it comes to Legion baseball, travel sports, getting to some different style of camps from all different areas. It gets you ready from wrapping up one part of the year to the next upcoming, as you'll have Brody Kegley double and a triple against the Lisbon Broncos, as this one is delivered for a strike. It's 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike on the way here to the sophomore second baseman. And you're seeing Trey Huzar shade a little bit more into right center, where we saw Welter for Lisbon shade a little bit more into left center when Kegley was at the plate. This one will be fisted. That goes right back to Ossie. Ossie with the throw. That'll be 1-3 on the putout to retire the side. So no runs, no hits. You do see an error with a runner left on base. As we play 2.5 today on the Bank North scoreboard, we're scoreless as we head to the bottom of the 3rd.
Beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has brought in to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Bottom of the 3rd inning we go here on yourliveevent.com for Northern Cass. The second time that they'll have a chance to see Carver Kozowski here. So far for the Squirrels, no runs across, no hits. They have committed an error and left 2 runners on. While for Northern Cass here today, no runs, no hits, and they've left 3 runners on with a couple of errors for the Jags. As Kozowski delivers a strike, and it's now 0-1 here to Metzger. So no balls and a strike on the way to the leadoff batter, the senior left fielder. Then it's Ossie and Huzar as this one is popped, and that'll go foul now 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. Got here early this morning, about 5 hours ago. Getting ready for setup for our region baseball tournament. And joking with both Brad Bittner and Dustin Maggio, how early have you ever had a coach, whether it's been travel, youth sports of any particular kind? And they both said, well, been close to this, maybe a couple times in the 8 o'clock hour when it came to maybe the youth circuit. But for a regional tournament or a school event, this is about as early as it gets. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the way. Metzger does not go through the zone. It's now 2-2. Region 1 softball, Region 2 softball later today as well on yourliveevent.com. Here's the 2-2 pitch. This one swung and a miss. There's a strikeout. And look at Kozowski get through the lineup so far with 5 strikeouts for the freshman. Now it's to Osi. So strikeouts of Metzger and Osi, strikeouts of Hoppy and Anderson, and now another strikeout of Metzger. As this one misses low in the zone, it's now 1-0. At this point, this is going to be Carver Kozowski's game for Central Cass as you're trying to fine-tune, piecemeal the pitching as much as you can in a similar spot with Osi. There's a slow ground ball. Kozowski flips it to Muckow, 1-3 on the putout, and there's 2 down. Trey Huzar with a walk his last time up, and that's where Northern Cass had their best chance so far against Kozowski. Huzar eventually made it to second base. Carter Waitson was hit by a pitch, so he had runners at first and second. Hoyland hit a hot shot to Everson. Everson at shortstop went back in the hole and able to field it, as this is going to be hit up the first base side. That'll go foul here at 0-1. So no balls and a strike on the way. That was the best opportunity so far here for Northern Cass to have a chance in this particular outcome. As you'll see the pitch upcoming, as this one will go on the 0-1 offering to Trey. This out of the zone. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. Huzar worked the count full, trying to get the first base hit of the game here against Carver Kozowski. 1-1 pitch. This one will be foul. It's now 1-2. Justin Farkas up the third base side. Bob Barkley up the first base side. Then you got Jordan Hughes behind the plate calling balls and strikes. The 1-2. This one will be right back off the pitcher. Goes to the third baseman, Peterson, who tries to barehand it. And eventually, that one will be a tough one there for the pitcher, Kozowski, as it was about a 1 hopper by Huzar. They'll make sure that Carver looks to be all right. That'll be the first base hit of the game for either club. Now that Carver looks to be all right as he gives a thumbs up to the Central Cass dugout here. Now you'll get to Carter Waitson. As you'll see, Carter Waitson was hit by a pitch his last time up, and a runner's aboard here for a Central for Northern Cass. That hit right back off the pitcher, so Huzar put the ball in play, gets rewarded with a single. A similar spot in the first inning. Huzar stands at first with 2 down. Trey's in a break. Here's the throw, and essentially be almost a defensive indifference. That was just such a good lead by Huzar, and he broke to second base. It'll be 0-1 upcoming here to Carter Waitson as the Jags get a runner in scoring position. Kozowski with the 0-1 pitch in there for a strike to Carter. Now 0-2. Almost 2 strikes to the cleanup batter here in the senior shortstop. As you'll see, the 0-2 offering on the way. And that one will miss, as you saw both Kozowski, Kegley, and Everson. Pretty much everybody in the infield took a hard step or 2 towards the dugout, thinking that one was going to be a called strike 3, but out of the zone, and we'll do it yet again on the 1-2. Breaking ball, that one will miss high. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes for Central Cass. 3, 4, and 5 batters. Thompson, Muckow, and Pearson due up in the top of the 4th inning. 2-2 offering. That'll miss. Now Carter Waitson on an 0-2 has worked the count full. And Huzar will be off with a swing at the at-bat here if the ball can be put in play. 3-2 popped up. This one playable. Pearson making his way and will make the catch. Nicely done by Pearson. On the retire the side, no runs, a hit, no errors, and a runner left. We played 3 today on the Big North scoreboard. We're scoreless on yourliveevent.com.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you want in a hometown. Business opportunities, great jobs, and a top-notch school. Shovel-ready lots for your next idea. Great jobs in manufacturing, healthcare, and agriculture. An excellent education for your kids with small class sizes and lots of school spirit. plus easy access to I-29 and the conveniences of North Dakota's largest cities. Build your future in Hillsboro and see why there's more at 104.
Broadcasting today from the Farmers Union Insurance David Bergman Agency broadcast booth with locations in Foreman and Oaks. Get in touch with David at 701-6252. That's 724-6252 from Home, Life, Ranch, and more. Not all products are underwritten by Farmers Union Insurance. That's broadcasting today from the Farmers Union Insurance David Bergman Agency broadcast booth. I'm Chase Miller alongside Josh Boyko with you. And so far it's been a pitcher's duel between Carver Kozowski and both Jacob Ossie. 6 innings combined. They have 7 strikeouts, 1 walk, 2 hit batters, and 1 hit. As we make our way to the top of the 4th inning here today on YourLiveEvent.com, in a game that's about 40 minutes young or old, however you like to look at it. Thompson, Muckow, and Pearson. Jake was able to reach base on an error his last time up as he hit it to Hoppy. This one will miss out of the zone in 1-0. Josh, a little bit of a wind as we take a look at a scoreboard, but I don't think it's howling by any stretch as this is going to be hit on the ground. There is Hoyland as this one comes across to Clement. 6-3, but I think a little bit nicer conditions than maybe what we saw at Starry on field back on Monday with the wind howling there.
Yeah, much nicer. Howling was putting it gently for Starry on, but it's just a gentle breeze at my back standing behind home plate, between the home plate and first base dugout here. So very slight breeze and just nice conditions for this morning.
Muckow will take a strike. It's 0-1 as Ossie works ahead in the count here. No balls and 1 strike. The Jags trying to make it to state for the first time in about a decade as this one runs in. Been there twice, back in 2005 and 2016 from the Northern Cass perspective. Here's the 1-1. That will be a high fly ball deep into center field. Huzar going back to the whack, and that ball is gone. Our center field camera nearly took a tumble. Noah Muckow with a solo shot to straightaway center, and the Squirrels have a 1-0 lead. Easy Noah on the goods in left center field, but that is still a home run as Muckow gets his 2nd home run of the day. 1 against Lisbon and 1 here. That's the 3rd home run for the Squirrels between the Broncos and the Jags in Northern Cass. Has now fallen behind by 1. Josh, that was absolutely belted.
Yeah, the pop off of the bat right there was outstanding. He got less than halfway up the first baseline before the bat was 50 feet in the air. That's what you call just blasting one out of the deepest part of the ballpark, too.
Speaking of blasting one, there's a high fly ball. Metzger down the line in left will go into foul territory. 1 pitch and 1 out, and Pearson is retired. And there is 2 down. I would like to note that the center field camera, as you see, it's okay. Saw a bunch of kids like piranhas going out there to grab after the baseball. Kind of reminds me of the old Texas Rangers Stadium, Josh, with the beam in center field where you used to have fans just scrumming for home runs throughout the course of the season. First pitch swinging again. This one is popped up. Hoyland is there. Hoyland calls everybody off. So a quick inning for Ossie, all things considered, but the blast and the score by Muckow has made it a 1-0 lead here for Central Cass. 1 run on a hit, no errors, and nobody left. We played 3.5 today. It is a 1-0 lead for the Squirrels.
Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
At Abra Auto Body and Glass in Grand Forks, they make sure your vehicle gets the best standard of care to get it back on the road as quickly as possible. Lonnie and his team are some of the most highly trained in the industry. With state-of-the-art technology and superior products, your vehicle will leave in great condition. With their drive-in claims area, the process is smooth and easy. Let Abra Auto Body and Glass in Grand Forks provide you and your vehicle with premium care and attention. Open 8 to 5:30 Monday through Friday. Abra Auto Body and Glass of Grand Forks.
As we get to our Dakota Heritage Bank in-game update, well, this in-game update is going to be brief as it's just a 1-0 lead. The solo home run by Noah Muckow, the senior first baseman, has a couple of hits in the tournament, and both have been a solo shot variety home runs here today in Castleton for Noah. As he came in today 0 for 9, but he gets a couple of hits, both a solo variety. Jacob Bosey, 4 innings of work, 1 hit, the run with no walks and 2 strikeouts. While Carver Kozowski, 3 innings of work here today, 1 hit. He's given up a walk with 2 hits batsman with 5 strikeouts. That's our in-game update brought to you in part by Dakota Heritage Bank. Sharing their heritage and their future, go to dhb.bank. Is this going to be hit on the ground? It's a CNI single. Past Kangley into short right field, and Chris Hoyland, second pitch of the at-bat, gets a base knock, and the Jags with something brewing here to start the bottom of the 4th inning.
Yeah, very important inning for the Jaguars offense right here. We mentioned it earlier in the game. The Squirrels want to be pitching ahead here with Kozowski on the mound as one of the secondary arms, but tip your hat to Carver Kozowski here today as he has limited this Northern Cass dangerous lineup. He has done an excellent job.
2 hits so far for Northern Cass. We'll see the play put on by Sam Johnson. This one will come in and hit him. So Clement will get hit for the second time. First time was on a 3-0 count. This one's on the first pitch of the at-bat. And now for Northern Cass, we've had runners on for the Jags. 2 runners on the first inning, but it came with 2 outs. They had a lead runner in Clement get stranded at third with no outs back in the second. And then a Trey Huzar 2-out single. So this is the best chance early on in an inning, Josh, for the Jags here against Kozowski.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any small ball tactics here trying to move these runners over with less than 2 outs.
Number 2 seed Central Cass has to win this game. If they don't, Northern Cass wins the region championship. Going on to swing, and there's a big swing by Hoppy as Muckow is about a good 5 to 10 feet in and off the bag at first, where you can tell what the defensive play will be. If it's bunted, they're going to try their best to get the lead runner at third. As Everson's keeping close to runner at second in Hoyland. This is going to be bunted. Here's the play by Pearson. They'll get the out, so a sacrifice at that. Good bunt by Hoppy, far enough to where Pearson couldn't just catch it, Josh, and fire to third as everybody moves up 90 feet.
Yeah, dead in the ball, but it didn't go too far to the pitcher. Didn't stay right in front of the catcher. It was placed well. Also executed well on both sides there with Johnson not putting the bunt on that first pitch, because sometimes you get it tipped if you go with a pickoff play to second base. You can get the batter to show. They don't put the play on at first to avoid that. They get it down on the second pitch and advance both the runners.
As you'll see another squeeze. Here's the squeeze play. It's put down. It's executed perfectly. They go to first. Not in time for the tag. So the suicide squeeze is executed perfectly. Coming to score is Hoyland. Clement stands at first, and Anderson stands at first with Clement at third, and it's a 1-1 affair.
Well, there is the small ball right there, and it is executed to perfection. The runner coming down the third base line, and the batter able to get it down in a perfect spot, too.
I'm going to mark it as a infield single on the way, so a run driven in for Anderson, as you'll see Hoyland, as this is going to be a fly ball. That's going to be hit into left field. Christensen will come in. They're looking for the tag. Here's the throw. They hit Everson at short, but it's a sacrifice fly on one pitch for Cody Wadeson. And Northern Cass, just like that, in the bottom of the fourth, has taken a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, we were saying important inning right here. There's your answer for Northern Cass. They come back with 2 to put themselves ahead after a slow start.
So you get a single by Hoyland and a hit by pitch by Clement. Both come in to score. Parker Anderson stands at first, now to Metzger in the third time through the lineup. And this is going to be a hit-and-run variety. Metzger able to get one to third, doing a good job as Peterson there. 5-3 on the put-up, but 2 runs do come across. There were 2 hits in the inning. There was one error, and we make our way with a runner left on as well. Bottom of the fourth inning, new score on the Bank North scoreboard. It's Northern Cass 2, Central Cass 1 as we head to the fifth.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us, and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
It's the North Dakota All-Star Gathering on your live event, as we'll cover the Shields Softball All-Star Series on June 2nd and 3rd.
This will be hit and over the shortstop Berg into left center field. A run comes in to score with Alexander Rath.
Optimist Volleyball Series June 16th and 17th.
Blue outside Linsinger with another hammer.
Plus, the Lions All-Star Basketball Series on July 14th and 15th.
Baldwin finds Wick. Wick open, three-pointer coming. Yes, sir!
For more information, go to yourliveevent.com.
Well, we're off and running just like the Red River Valley Speedway and Norman County Raceway coming up here this summer. Check out races and listen to Racing on the Radio on 106.5 FM KRJB. Norman County Raceway tickets now on sale at normancounty.raceway.com for the World of Outlaw late models at the end of June on June the 28th in Ada, or simply check out the Red River Valley Speedway as well in West Fargo. Go to redrivervalleyspeedway.com. Friday night races starting at 7 at the Red River Valley Speedway in West Fargo. As we make our way to the top of the fifth, there'll be a 1-0 count up coming here to Ryan Osmanstead. 7, 8, and 9 batters due up here for the Squirrels. And for the first time today, Jacob Ossie will be pitching with a lead. 1 ball, 1 strike as Northern Cass in a game that runs have been a little bit harder to come by. Sees a ball now 2-1, and equally as important to what Josh was saying in the bottom half, where you want to answer a run for a run. Similar here, we're in the Jordans with Ryan Osmanstead trying to get on base, get something brewing early here for the Squirrels, and see if they can at least tie the game back up here in the top of the fifth. As this will miss out of the zone now, 3-1. Also from the Squirrel perspective now you're down by a run. You got 9 outs to work with. 3-1 offering, going to be hit up the third base side foul. Saw a Central Cass against Lisbon. They fell behind 4-3 in the top of the fourth inning after taking a 3-0 lead. Tied the game up in the seventh at 4. Lisbon scored 2 runs in the top of the eighth before 4 runs come across for the Squirrels. As there's a line drive and what a grab by the third baseman, Hoppy. Now had extra base hits written all over it, and Hoppy able to smother it for the out.
How big a play is that right there? You are looking at second base at least with a leadoff double or more in that first at bat for Central Cass, but Hoppy with the long arm of the law snags it on the backhand side.
As this one will miss here for Carver Kozowski. Mark that play for a potential Agassiz Precision Ag play the contest later on. So 1 down. This one going to be swung on by Carver Kozowski. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. Jacob Ossie. Here's the pitch. That'll miss. Now 2-1. He just like to hear the snap of the glove from Ossie here to Carter Waitson. And a lot of Northern Cass fans know that Carter Waitson does such a nice job behind the plate trying to control the pitching staff, base runners, and everything else. It's now 3-1. Jags in their all black attire, Northern Cass for Central Cass. White pants, red tops. This one works for a strike, and back-to-back batters that have worked the count full. Line drive by Osmanstead that was recorded as an out to Hoppy. See what happens here to Kozowski. And strike 3 looking, and Carver's retired. 2 down, outer part of the plate, Josh, and Carter Waitson caught it. Maybe gave a nice little extra there behind the plate to frame it, but regardless, Ossie working on the edge gets a strikeout.
Yeah, he stayed out of the middle of the plate, and that's been very impressive that he's had enough control to work both sides without staying in the middle. He gets it again right here towards the outside corner. That's very frustrating for a hitter when you're looking for something over the plate, just not getting exactly what you like.
The 0-1 pitch, that'll miss. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 down here to Christensen, who reached base back on an error in the 3rd inning. So 4 straight batters retired, as this one's going to go underneath the glove of Hoppy. I'll give that the announcer's jinx. I was going to say 4 straight batters retired after the home run of Noah Muckow here for Hoyland, as Christensen is able to get the base hit, the second one of the game here for Central Cass. Now back to Keegan Peterson. As Peterson 0 for 2 so far here in this one. And a line drive also to Hoppy back at third, back in the 3rd inning. First pitch swinging, and Hoppy able to play this one in front of him. Goes the short way, gets it in time. Oh, what a play by Hoppy. They don't call it the hot box for nothing. Hoppy to Cody Wadeson, and Peterson is alongside with Christensen for the Squirrels, retired here in this particular inning. There were no runs on a hit, no errors, and a runner left. We played 4.5 today on the Bank North scoreboard. Northern Cass leads it by 1 on your liveevent.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
Did you know that there are several different types of crop hail insurance policies? Hi, this is Bethany Rentz, crop insurance agent with Irie Insurance. We at Irie Insurance want to help you select a hail policy that will best protect your crops and bottom line from a hailstorm. Give us a call today to schedule a time to meet with an Irie Insurance agent. For our contact information, go to our website at irieins.com.
You're protected and appreciated at Irie.
Irie Insurance is an equal opportunity provider.
High school baseball here today. It's the Region 1 baseball tournament on your liveevent.com. Out in Bismarck Legacy, the Region 3 baseball tournament. South Border leads New Rockford Cheyenne in a loser-out game. Bottom of the 5th inning, 4-2. Also on your liveevent.com with Greg Grins, as this one is going to be hit. That'll go towards the 3rd baseman. Peterson then throws it to Muckow, and it was a one-hopper, as getting on base here will be Jacob Ossie for Northern Cass.
A tough pick over there at first base, because if you've got a bounce that you can see it's coming, that's a little bit easier to time the pick on. This one, the short hop came right at the base, so very tough one to corral. It's a reach for Northern Cass.
As Northern Cass will get a runner on here to begin things off in the bottom of the 5th inning. South Border living on the edge, a team that won 3 elimination games yesterday in the Region 3 baseball tournament after losing the play-in. Just 5 teams in that region. They were the number 5 seed, and they're trying to make it to the championship series out in Region 3 in Bismarck. First pitch swinging, Huzar laces one foul. It's now 0-1. Nice crowd, and got a little bit of everything with at Northwood Thompson fans here. Got some Region 1 fans taking a look at what this championship game looks like between Central Cass and Northern Cass. As you'll see, the Polar Bears of Larimore and the Burros of Hillsborough Central Valley also make their way to Castleton, as this is in there for a strike. Now no balls and 2 strikes. Carver Kozowski, 4 innings of work so far, 3 hits against 2 runs. 3 hit by batters, a walk, and a couple of strikeouts, as this one is laced into left field. Trey Huzar with an opposite field single here, and the Northern Cass, like they did in the 4th inning, first 2 batters up, first 2 batters on here in the 5th.
That's a good 2-strike approach, and Huzar, whether it's basketball or baseball, he's never trying to do too much. He's down in the count. He just pokes a single to left center field on a pitch that was too much in the zone for an 0-2 pitch. In basketball, he's not going to score 30 a night, but he's going to score 15 a night, and he's probably going to get you a double-double too. So he's just an all-around excellent athlete. That's why he's heading to D1 baseball.
As there's a strike on the way to Carter Waits and hit by a pitch and a pop-out. 0-1 upcoming as Muckow again trying to play the bunt. If it is, they'll try to get the runner at third. If it's punted up the first base line, here's the 0-1 pitch. I'll miss outside, now 1-1, and that's the thing, right? You can do really good things as a player, but if you make it look easy, Josh, you're just that much better of an athlete sometimes.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. When you make it look easy, you're doing it for a reason, and Huszar is an excellent athlete, and there's a lot of them on this Northern Cass roster that just make baseball look easy. That's why they've been so successful this season.
Well, speaking of someone who has had himself a nice game, is Kozowski on the mound right now. The freshman maybe playing a little bit bigger than a freshman right now in this particular situation, getting the start in a region championship. 1 ball, 2 strikes. OC at second. Trey Huszar stands at first. Batter number 4 in the lineup here for Coach Sam Johnson. Leader Carter Waits and another senior on this Northern Cass club. 1-2 pitch is going to be foul, as that one will wake its way towards the secondary softball field. I was going to ask Josh if he brought your glove, because I want a little less oomph on it. You might have had a chance to make a play.
Yeah, I mean, back-to-back, we got over my right shoulder, down my left shoulder, and I'm mostly retired from trying to barehand foul balls after the softball tournament last year in the summer. Tried to make the sliding catch, did not make that happen, and was offered a glove by a nearby spectator. So that has encouraged me to retire from chasing those.
Well, you need to go to the Trey Huszar How to Catch the Ball Barehanded School, apparently.
Yes.
Speaking of Trey from earlier today. 2 balls, 2 strikes here to Waits, and Kozowski looking for the out, and he gets it. Another strikeout, his 6th of the day, and there's 1 down and a big out at that. His first strikeout since retiring. Metzger on strikes in the 3rd. Now it comes up to Hoyland upcoming here. Hoyland takes a strike. Chris with a single and a run scored back in the 4th. Reaching a fielder's choice back in the 1st inning. No balls and a strike on the way, as Carver Kozowski would like something on the ground or another strikeout here to get out number 2. Misses the zone. Everson keeping the runner. Inosi close to second. Kegley at second base. Muckow at first with Peterson at third, with Pearson behind the plate. Thompson in left with Christensen shading a little bit. Hoyland to right center. Osmondson a little bit more down the line and right. This one is going to be skied. Popped up. Peterson giving chase up the third base side of foul territory. Able to play a little bit of the wind, and the sun makes the catch. And there's 2 down.
There's been a noticeable change in the approach and strategy from these Jaguars hitters. They were trying to work some more counts like the first couple innings, but right now you see if there's a ball in the strike zone, it's very high percentage that they are swinging at. They're not waiting around, as they are getting aggressive in the batter's box right now.
This one will be out of the zone. 1 ball, no strikes. No doubt about it. 4th inning, you saw that with Hoyland. Took 2 pitches. The second one was hit for a single, a hit by pitch, sacrifice bunt. First pitch swinging on Anderson. First pitch swinging by Wadeson. First pitch swinging by OC. Here's the 1-0. Breaking ball located in the zone for a strike, now 1-1.
Smart take there, though. Not one you want to go after. Breaking ball outside corner, early count.
5th batter to the plate here in the bottom of the 5th for the Jags. This one missing, now 2-1. Once we get to the top of the 6th, it'll be the 2, 3, and 4 batters, Kegley, Thompson, and Muckow here for Central Cass. 2 balls and a strike upcoming. This is going to be hit in the air. That'll go to left. Thompson camps underneath it, puts the glove out to make the catch, and that'll retire the Jags. So a air and a single goes awry here, and Carver Kozowski works out of a little bit of a pickle in the 5th. No runs, a hit, no make that 1 error, and 2 runners left on base. So he played 5 today on the Bank North scoreboard. As we go to the 6th, it's still a 2-1 Northern Cass advantage.
The new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
The Rumble on the Red, presented by Ellingson Companies and Gerdau Metals Recycling, is coming to West Fargo, North Dakota. The World of Outlaws Moss Energy Drink Sprint Cars come to the Red River Valley Speedway on Saturday, May 31st. Tickets are available now at slspromotions.com or by calling 815-344-2023.
Chase Miller, Josh Boyko broadcasting today from the Farmers Union Insurance David Bergman Agency broadcast booth, servicing both the Foreman and Oaks surrounding communities. Get in touch with David at 701-724-6252. That's 701-724-6252. David Bergman Agency, servicing both the Foreman and Oaks surrounding communities. Josh, what do you think here as we make our way to the 6th? What can Central Cass try to do against OC? We saw some batters going first pitch early in the 4th. We saw a couple work some counts in the 5th. How do you try to change up OC here, who's given up one just really big hit to Muckow so far today?
I would say be aggressive early in the count, kind of what the Jaguars are doing. He's been on the corners, OC has. But OC, his pitch count, it doesn't seem to be in huge danger right now, so it doesn't do you much good to try and extend counts by taking strikes.
Here's the 1-0 pitch to Kegley. Kegley hits this one on the ground. That's a C&I single as it gets by Clement and Waitson. The tying run gets on board here with a base knock here for Kegley, first Central Cass in the 6th.
Yeah, Kegley doing exactly that right there. He gets aggressive in the count. He sees a pitch over the middle, and he's not taking after already seeing a strike. He puts one in a good spot.
And we'll see what the call is. Thompson and Muckow have the power to turn the wind around, but we saw against Lisbon, they had a bunt in this situation where Muckow was the cleanup batter, bunted Thompson to get into second base, and it's another 1-0 count up coming here for OC. Did that against Kegley. Now to Thompson. Here's the pick. Not going to be in time, and we'll keep it here to Thompson.
That's just a real pain for the defense when you see the cleanup hitter laying down successful bunts. Like, it just, nothing is out of the realm of possibility for Maggio to go to here for trying to move runners along. 1
ball, 1 strike, and we even got a little golf cart into straightaway center field now with a couple of fellas on that. This one is foul back now, 1-2. Big Central Cass emblem at center field here, part of the brand new turf. Infield, outfield, everything else. Able to host the Region 1 baseball tournament with the weather conditions from earlier in the week. 1-2 out of the zone, now 2-2. This game was scheduled to be at Northern Cass today, but just because of the deluge, weather, everything else, just to give as best of a playable surface, able to move it back to Castleton. 2-2 is going to be popped high in the air. This one will go towards Waits, and that's Cody. And Cody did a good job at second base, finding that ball off the bat, and there's one down.
Now batting number 23.
The uppercut swing of Thompson, and speaking of an uppercut swing, the last time to the plate, Noah Muckow hit one to straightaway center field for a home run.
Yeah, that's as loud of an explosion off a bat as you're going to hear in with metal. That was just an absolute rope out to center field last at bat.
Out of the zone, 1-0. And you got Pearson on the on-deck circle here for Central Cass. Jacob Osee, 5 1/3 innings work so far here today. There's a fisted one that'll go foul. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. A loud foul ball on top of our press box here. A little awning that if you're underneath it, nice when the shade is out on a sunny day. 1-1 pitch. I don't miss out of the zone, and you can just tell that off speed, Josh. They don't want to leave one center cut. If you're going to miss, you're going to see if Noah might go chase after it. As we'll see the 2-1 offering. This one will run in and hit him. So Muckow will take first base. Kegley goes to second, and now you have the go-ahead run at first and the game-tying run at second base.
That one's frustrating as a hitter right there. You want the at-bat in a big spot here. You do get to take your base, though, with some good hitters still coming up for this Squirrels lineup.
Sam Johnson will talk it over here with the infield. As you'll see, to home plate will be Pearson. Pearson with a triple in the last game against the Lisbon Broncos, able to bring in Jake Thompson to tie the game at 4 apiece. And then earlier, able to also get on base 3 other times with 2 walks and a hit by pitch. So far here in game number 2 for Pearson, over 2 with a pair of flyouts to left to Metzger. So a single by Kegley, a pop-up by Thompson. Muckow stands at first base. And now you got Pearson and Everson and another senior here for the Central Cass Squirrels. 3, 4, and 5 batters of Thompson, Muckow, and Pearson, all seniors for Central Cass. This kind of has the feeling of this could be the ball game right here, no matter how it goes. In for a strike, it's 0-1. No balls and a strike here to the senior catcher. As you'll have the 0-1 pitch. That one will miss for a ball. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. If you're OC, you're able to get out of the jam and get the next 2 guys out, you'll have the bottom third of the lineup in the 7th inning coming to the plate. But that is, you need outs. The 1-1, check swing. That'll go to Clement. Clement will take it. It's a productive out, not what Pearson obviously wanted to do. You do move up the runners 90 feet, but Jacob Ossie will take it for out number 2.
And basically a swinging bunt right there up the first base side, but it gets the runners over. Now you've got to rely on a clutch 2-out hit, but a clutch 2-out hit could give you the lead.
Also will be bottom of the lineup, 7, 8, and 9 batters for Northern Cass in the top of the 7. 2 down here for the Squirrels, or in the bottom of the 6th inning, Hoppy, Anderson, and Cody Waitson do up bottom of the 6th. This one in there for a strike to Everson, now 0-1. Jack with a fly out to center and a pop out to Hoyland, his last time up at short. Base knock up the middle. Bringing 2 potentially as this one is foul. Well, for Northern Cass, Jacob Ossie, 1 strike, 1 quality pitch away from getting out of a little bit of a jam here in the top half of the inning. No balls, 2 strikes. Muckow at second, Kegley at third. Ossie with the 0-2 offering. Foul tipped and just got enough of it to stay alive.
That's a really tough hang right there. Just live to see 1 more pitch. Down to 0-2 in the count. Nasty breaking ball that he's able to spoil.
Jack right now, the junior shortstop, trying to put something in play and see if he can bring in a run, possibly 2, here for Coach Maggio and the Squirrels. The 0-2. That'll be out of the zone. 1 ball, 2 strikes. As Ossie with the 1-2 out of the zone. Jack doesn't chase the high fastball on back-to-back pitches. So 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 on and 2 out here in the 6th. That one is going to be hit. Cody Waitson, and he goes through the 5-hole. Coming in to score is Kegley. Muckow on his horse. Here's a throw by Huzar, not in time, and the Squirrels have a 3-2 lead. That one was swung on as almost a protective swing, Josh, to put the ball in play by Everson, and Cody Waitson went right through the 5-hole. An error on the play for Northern Cass, and a costly one at that, as 2 runs come in to score with 2 outs.
Just a gut-wrenching play right there after what's happened on this field already last year, and it's a routine ground ball to second base, but just trying to make the play a little bit too quickly, moving off the ball, and squirts through for 2 runs.
And now all of a sudden, how big was it, swinging bunt by Pearson? Because if you don't have that, Josh, with a productive out, if it's just a pop out, only 1 run comes in, not 2 in that particular situation.
For sure. Not only that, but also that last at bat there, the 0-2 spoil on the breaking ball, just barely getting a piece of that. And then the swing just to put that ball in play, a protective swing, because you never know what's going to happen if you put the ball in play. There's always a chance to reach if you put the ball in play, and there's a reach, there's 2 runs, and Central Cass all of a sudden has a 1-run lead.
You hear about it when you're a youngster in baseball and softball. The 1-2 pitch, this one will be blocked, nicely done by Carter Waitson. Just put the ball in play, good things will happen. As you get older, it becomes more routine to make a play as you get through junior high to to high school, from college to the pros. But again, with 2 outs, just don't strike out. Put the ball in play. That's exactly what they're able to do with Everson, and now the Squirrels have a 3-2 lead. This will be the first lead for Central Cass since they led in the top of the fourth when it was 1-0. Then Northern Cass came back with their only 2 runs of the game in the bottom half of the frame. Here's a 2-2 offering. That'll be off the glove of Carter Waitson, making his way all the way to second. That will be Everson. As you'll see this now with Central Cass with a runner in scoring position. These are just the little things of the game. Central Cass had 5 errors against Northern Cass back on Monday, and essentially cost them. But right now here in this inning, we'll see if that costs them as their check swing. Waitson able to make a nice throw over to Clement, and Ryan Osmonstead is retired for the 4th punch out of OC, but the damage is done as 2 runs come across the top half of the 6th. We got a new score. Central Cass 3, Northern Cass coming to the plate.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
High school baseball here today on YourLiveEvent.com. Dakota Heritage Bank sharing their heritage and their future with locations in North Dakota and Minnesota. Go to dhb.bank. In-game update in that 6th inning, top half of the frame, 6 runs, a hit, an error, and a runner left on base. Kegley and Muckow coming to score. Noah has scored 2 of the 3 runs so far here today for Central Cass. While for Northern Cass, there are 2 runs by Hoyland and Clement. And you got an RBI by Anderson and Cody Waitson. That's our in-game update brought to you in part by Dakota Heritage Bank. Chase Miller, Josh Boyko, and you for a handful more of games. The question is, how many here in the Region 1 tournament? The 1-0 pitch swung on and missed by Hoppy. It's now 1-1. As if you're a Thompson and a Hatton Northwood fan, you're just hoping this ends in 7, at least from the Northern Cass perspective, because that means you're going to get on the diamond and get ready to play. If not, you'll have to sit around, Josh, maybe have some lunch in between games.
Yeah, there's no telling how long we're going to be here today just because there's the opportunity for another game, and Central Cass with Kozowski has just got to be thrilled with how his pitching performance has kept them in this game.
Well, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and as we alluded to earlier in the contest, this is Carver Kozowski's game as much as possible as it can be, just with arms and everything else, as you have the 2-2 pitch upcoming here. As this one misses out of the zone, now 3-2. And just to give yourself, if you can get through this game, a chance to wheel and deal some pitchers in the next one. Strike 3 looking. Kozowski on the inner part of the plate with his 7th strikeout of the afternoon. Good spot on the way for Kozowski, as now it's Parker Anderson coming up. This is a fun time of the year, especially when you get some decent weather, able to get on out and enjoy the spring into summer sun a little bit. This one swung on and missed. It's now 0-1 to Parker Anderson. Anderson with a single in the 4th. He's 1 of 2 with a run driven in. Kozowski wheeling and dealing here in the bottom half of the 6th.
Yeah, he looks really comfortable out there. He's working quickly and hitting his spots.
Without question. Now pitching with a lead. This is going to be popped up, playable. Muckow and Kegley. Muckow calls it for it at first, and there's 2 down. So by virtue of the seed line, Northern Cass is the home team. Central Cass, the number 2 seed, is the visiting team here today. Now to Cody Wadeson. Breaking ball in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Last time up to the plate, Wadeson with the sacrifice fly. The Jags have left at least a runner on in every inning so far. The 0-1 is going to be hit right back up the middle. There goes Everson off of his glove on the slide. Christensen will play it back in from center. Cody Wadeson able to tattoo that ball there, Josh, for the fifth base hit for Northern Cass.
Yeah, took it right where it was pitched from, got one down the middle. He sends it back up the middle and extends this inning. An important two-out base runner, and you've said there have been a lot of base runners left on for Northern Cass. There's a potential for another one if they can't get some two-out rallying done here.
Metzger back to top of the lineup, 0 for 3 here this morning into the afternoon. As we made our way from breakfast to brunch, now we're into the lunch hour here in Castleton. Josh is serving supper later tonight. Here's the pitch. That's a line drive as it'll make its way to right for a base hit. A single by Wadeson. That's Cody. A single by Metzger. And the Jags with a two-out rally brewing here in the bottom of the sixth inning. Nice piece of hitting by Metzger as he got the base knock as it goes to Osi, who's 0 for 3. Reach base with an error his last time up as Carver Kozowski one pitch away from getting out of the jam, but now the Jags one pitch away from tying this one up. That's in there for a strike at 0-1, and also a chance to possibly take a lead. Chase Miller, Josh Boyko with you here in this one. Here's the 0-1. That'll be hit on the ground, losing the bat. Everson able to backhand it, and they apply the tag as they need the fielder's choice. Everson to Peterson, and I'll go 6-5 on the putout to retire this side. There were no runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 Jags left on base. We played 6 today on the Bank North scoreboard at Central Cass 3, Northern Cass 2, as we head to the 7th inning.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has brought in to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions for 2025 and beyond with a drain tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free, detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
In a game that's an hour and 20 minutes here today in Castleton. If you're just joining us, how do we get here? Well, Northern Cass went through the early part of the Region 1 tournament, and in the winner's bracket defeated Central Cass 11-1 in 6 innings earlier in the week on Monday back at Teamsters Field in Fargo. Then a 2-hour, 22-minute extra inning, 8-inning affair in which Jake Thompson hit a 3-run walk-off homer to give Central Cass a 8-6 lead and eventually win over the Lisbon Broncos. As we make our way to the 7th inning, Carver Kozowski, Christensen, and Keegan Peterson here, 8-9-1 batters due up for the Central Cass Squirrels. As you'll see the pitch on the way, foul tipped into the glove. It's now 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. We'll get to a post-game show for sure. The question is, do we get a modified pregame in Region 1, or will we get ready for the Region 2 tournament here in Castleton? As Thompson, Hatton, Northwood, Hillsboro, Central Valley, Larimore, and then another game after that here on the baseball diamond here in Castleton. Softball about an hour and a half away from getting underway. As the 1-2 pitch swung on a miss as Osi gets his fifth strikeout, and there's one down. And awfully large here, Josh, with it's the Captain Obvious comment, but awfully large here for Osi to try to put a goose egg on the board and just minimize it to 1 run that you need in the 7th.
Yeah, runs have been hard to come by, so you're going to have to come into this last inning down only 1 run if you want to extend or walk it off. Kozowski has been doing a good job pitching. Osi's got to have to answer here, and if you're down 1, you've got a lot of hope that you can make a rally in 1 inning. Those last 2 hits
As this one is a CNI that goes right back into fair territory. We mentioned it earlier today as out is Christensen as OC played his position to Clement, 1-3 on the putout. We mentioned it earlier today that with the turf sometimes, if you get a little English to it, it could go fair to foul or foul to fair. That one was a good about 2 feet foul, Josh, up the first base line, and then it took that spin and went all the way back into fair territory. And good job by OC playing his position to get the out.
Yeah, we've got no shortage of oddities in this game with barehanded catches and balls foul spinning fair. So not surprised by anything at this point.
Keegan Peterson, does he wear it or does he get out of the way? It looks like he got out of the way. Those will be 1-0.
Well, I was saying before that last at bat, the last 2 singles from Northern Cass is going to flip that lineup card over to get those hitters that you want at the plate for this final inning. So you're going to have some good looks against Kozowski.
Yeah, 3, 4, and 5 batters with Huzar to lead things off in the bottom half of the 7th, as that one was turned around by Peterson well ahead of it up the third baseline foul. And by the way, nobody's warming up in either bullpen. So this is pretty much your game to have with these respective pitchers at the moment. The 2-1 on the way. This one will be grounded. We'll see who comes in cross of it. Hoppy can't make the play. Hoyland was there, and that's between the third baseman and the shortstop. You see that all the time, and a lot of times the third baseman with the momentum, Josh, will make his way to try to cut in front of the shortstop, as Hoyland would probably have to backhand it, but that's a tough play, as that one about 3 feet in front of home plate already was on the ground in just a little dribbler, and that will be called for an error.
Yeah, tough play, but it was the right play with Hoppy coming across in front of Hoyland to make the play. He just doesn't get the backhand or the scoop.
As Brody Cagley then will take a hit by a pitch. That is the first walk of the game here on the way. We did see a hit by pitch to Noah Muckow, but in terms of anything else, it's just the second free pass here for OC. So now you got runners at first and second, Peterson at second base, Cagley at first, Jake Thompson, who's 0 for 3 in the tournament he's having. He's due for a base knock in a game. An awfully large insurance run stands in scoring position. Thompson swung on as this one goes foul. It's 0-1. Fifth batter to the plate here for Central Cass. They sent 4 in the first, 3 up, 3 down second, 4 in the third, 4 in the fourth. They sent 4 in the fifth. They had 6 in the sixth, and here's their 5th in the 7th. As they're trying the pick play at first, as Clement came in, trying to keep Brody Cagley as close to first base, and maybe you can get fortunate with a out if the secondary runner's not ready for that pick play. Here's the 0-1. This will be grounded up the third base side foul for OC to make it now 1 ball and 1 strike here to Thompson. So again for Northern Cass, bottom of the 7th, Huzar, Connor Waitson, and Chris Hoyland, to what Josh mentioned earlier. Hard in the lineup upcoming. The question is, are you down by 1 or more? 0-2 is going to be hit in the air. That goes to straightaway center field. Huzar is there to retire the side. Allowed out number 3 here in the 7th inning. There were no runs, no hits, and error, and 2 runners left on base. We have played 6.5 today on yourliveevent.com as we make our way to the bottom of the 7th. Central Cass 3, Northern Cass 2.
Our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Stop on out to Watts Ace Hardware in Castleton and gear up with name brands from Steel, Milwaukee, Ego, and Craftsman Power Tools. Plus, Watts Ace Hardware has a key cutting and paint mixing section for your own do-it-yourself projects. From their grill selection with Traeger, Blackstone, Weber, and the Big Green Egg to their customer laser engraving center, Watts Ace Hardware is a place you need to check out. Stop in at 1610 Governor's Drive in Castleton for Watts Ace Hardware.
For Central Cass, do have a little activity down the bullpen line with Ryland, the junior. This also could be whether it's for this game or trying to get ready for game number 2. If, again, Central Cass can hold on and beat Northern Cass here today on your liveevent.com. 7 innings on the way for Jacob Ossie. He has given up here today just 3 hits, 3 runs, couple free passes with 5 strikeouts. And Kozowski trying to go the distance in his own right here. 6 innings of work, 3 outs away from Central Cass forcing championship game number 2. If Central Cass can find a way here, Northern Cass looking to have a comeback in this championship. The 1-0. That'll miss. Now 2-0. Huzar has been on base all 3 times. 2 singles, a walk here today for the Jakes. 2-0 pitch. Kozowski, good spot, Josh, on the outside part of the zone. It's 2-1.
Yep, exactly where you need to locate that when you're behind in the count. Don't give a cookie to Huzar to get him on base early.
2-1 offering. That'll be 2-2. So Kozowski now falling behind on Trey. Hits the outside part of the plate not once but twice. We'll see if he goes back there or they run something in. 2-2 in the zone. Huzar rolls over a 3-hopper to Kegley. Kegley goes to Muckow. Out number 1 here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
That's a huge first out right there for Kozowski, and it came after he fell behind in the count 2-0, but he kept his composure, and he made 2 really quality offerings. The second strike that he was able to land was so important and made Huzar change his approach in the at-bat, just after trying to put one in play.
Carter Waitson, first pitch swinging, will hit one foul. It's 0-1. A hit by pitch for Waitson in the first, pop out, and then a strikeout. There's some of the staff. The staff for Central Cass was here before 6:30 this morning. The players were filing in throughout the 6 o'clock hour. There's a high pop up. The center fielder, Christensen, comes in, and nicely done there. And the straightaway center field, Josh, by Christensen, because Kegley lost it. He was looking up. Everson kind of stood froze, and Christensen had a lot of ground to cover to get out number 2.
Yeah, that was a ways up in the sky right there. Tough one to read if you're the infielders, because it's a little bit back of you that you're going to have to run back on it, but it's so high up there. It's a hard one to read, and then the center fielder, Christensen, saves the day.
First pitch swinging is Hoyland. He slashes one foul. Chris is 1 of 3 today with a single and a run scored on the way here for Hoyland. 1 out remaining in championship game number 1 here for Northern Cass. Again, they can still lose this game, but then they would have to win game number 2, which would be a winner-take-all championship affair. No balls, 2 strikes. Here goes Kozowski, the 0-2. That'll miss. As Kozowski looking for a complete game if he can get 1 more out here without giving up a run. The 1-2 offering on the way. Hit on the ground. That's a 3-hopper to Kegley. Kegley fields it, and we'll have championship game number 2. Your final in game number 1. It is a 3-2 Central Cass win in a contest that goes 1 hour and 30 minutes. Kozowski picks up the win in a complete game fashion. OC picks up the loss. Central Cass 3, Northern Cass 2, as the Jags pick up their 4th loss here of the season, as they will drop now to 24-4 on the year, while you will have Central Cass improving to 17-5. Our post-game show is coming up next, brought to you in part by Norman County Raceway and the Red River Valley Speedway. And keep it here to this very stream, as we will have championship game number 2 upcoming here in a few moments. But first, we'll get to our modified post-game show. We will get ready for what the starting lineups will have to bring. And if you're a Region 2 baseball fan, patience is a virtue here today in Castleton. We'll continue after this.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the 3-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships.
23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
As we come back here on the postgame show, your final 3-2 is right now they're going to go through the all-region team and then the senior athlete and the coach of the year as well. And then we'll hear from the particulars of this one here in a few moments as it allows us to get through some of the particulars here today. This is our postgame show brought to you in part by Red River Valley Speedway and alongside the Norman County Raceway in this one. Our Enbridge Energy Player of the Game. Go to Enbridge.com for career opportunities. Tip of the cap to both pitchers in this one. But when you're a freshman to come on in a championship game like this for Carver Kozowski, 7 innings of work, 8 hits, 2 runs, both were earned, a walk and 8 strikeouts, and he had his final 3-up, 3-down inning, his only one of the game in the 7th there for Carver Kozowski. He is our player of the game, brought to you in part by Enbridge Energy, as Kozowski, 107 pitches, throws 66 strikes and 32 batters that he faced here today, is our Enbridge Energy player of the game. Our Agassi Precision Ag play of the game goes when you make a catch in center field barehanded. That has to be probably 1A, and you're not trying to do it purposely. He just lost his glove, did Trey Huzar, and he made the catch in center field way back earlier in this one. But that is our Agassi Precision Ag play of the game. Visit planterdoc.com. That again is planterdoc.com, your local precision planting dealer, Agassi Precision Ag in Hillsboro. And we go from there to our Halstead Telephone post-game connection. The home run by Noah Muckow in the 4th inning is our Halstead Telephone Company round tripper post-game connection. Go to halsteadtel.com. That again is halsteadtel.com. Halstead Telephone Company. For more information on local reliability you can trust, go to Halstead Telephone. That again is part of our post-game show here today with the Red River Valley Speedway and the Norman County Raceway, as Central Cass 3 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors here in this contest. The Central Cass Squirrels will leave 2, 4, 6 base runners on base. Northern Cass 2 runs, 8 hits, 3 errors. And they left runners on base every inning outside of the 7th, and they left 9 of them on base here today. Northern Cass with Jacob Ossie picks up the loss. 7 innings of work, 5 hits, 3 runs, 1 that was earned, and 6 strikeouts here today, as your all-region team is being represented right now. As we'll zoom on in a little bit here to take a look at those guys, as they will get to the senior athlete and coach of the year as well here in a moment. Noah Muckow, Keegan Peterson, and Jake Thompson from Central Cass. You have Jake Simbira from Enderlin, Graham Hess, Jack McDonald, Kylan Swenson from Kindred, Jordan Bittner, Colton Johnson from Lisbon, Trey Huzar, Metzger, and OC with Carter Wadeson from Northern Cass, Grayson Doctor from Oak Grove with Zach Winter, and Chris Titus from the Oaks Tornadoes. As we'll get to our senior athlete of the year, will be Trey Huzar from Northern Cass, as he will be your senior athlete of the year, as he gets some hardware from his AD and Bryce Laxdal right next to the post that we have it here. So as you can kind of see, that perfectly executed there on the way. But he is our senior athlete of the year. That goes to Trey Huzar for Northern Cass, and we'll still get to one more championship game again coming up after this, and we have one more team award with the coach of the year as well. So again, Trey Huzar is our senior athlete of the year. And then we'll get to the coach of the year coming up here in a moment. Also from Northern Cass will be Sam Johnson. So Sam Johnson is our coach of the year as well. We'll take a quick break. When we come back after this, we'll hear from some of the particulars coming up next year, as that does it for our awards presentation on yourliveevent.com.
I will be your guiding light, 'cause you don't have to go alone. I will bring you through the storm. I will lift you up
The Northern Cast Booster Club is here for all Jaguar students from academics, arts, athletics, and co-curricular activities throughout the school year. You can find more information or become a Northern Cast Booster Club member today by scanning the QR code on screen now, or follow the Northern Cast Booster Club on Facebook for updates throughout the year, or simply search for the Northern Cast Booster Club page on the Northern Cast School website. Go Jags!
As we come back here, join us on our post-game show as we get to our Dakota Heritage Bank interview. Join us again. Winning pitcher in this one, Carver Kozowski, one more time. Here's the stat line for Carver. 7 innings of work, 8 hits, 2 runs, a walk, and 8 strikeouts. Carver, just what was working for you on the mound here today against this Northern Cast club?
I mean, I just had total trust in my team behind me. I just throw in strikes and trust in what I do.
Take us through Noah Muckow, that home run that gave you guys a lead early on in the 4th inning. Just what is it like to have someone like that who can, change the bat around on one swing and really have a good barrel baseball as well?
It's just really comforting when you're pitching because you can go down and then just big plays like that. We don't need string a ton of hits, just hit home runs.
Biggest thing in this particular game, able to have Pearson behind the plate. What's it like working with Kale in terms of a pitcher, and how much confidence does he give you on the mound?
He's awesome. He helps me through, like, if I'm struggling and stuff, he just talks me through it, and I love what pitches he calls.
As you get ready for game number 2, what's the message? What was the message from Coach Maggio and the staff? As you knew you had to win against Lisbon, you found a way to win against Northern Cass. You needed to get to the championship game number 2. What was just kind of the message from the coaching staff as you get ready for a winner take all coming up here in a few moments?
Just keep it going. We're on a hot streak here. Can't stop now.
Hey, last thing for me, Carver, just what has this particular region tournament been like for you and the team? It's been topsy-turvy. You never know when you're going to play or what day you're going to play, but what's the last week and a half been like for you as a player in this Region 1 tournament?
It's been amazing. Every game's been really close. We just end up getting it at the end.
Hey, Carver, congratulations. We'll let you enjoy it, and we'll see you in a few moments here back on the diamond.
All right, thank you.
That again, Carver Kozowski joined us here on YourLiveEvent.com as we'll continue with more after this. Those interviews brought to you in part by Dakota Heritage Bank.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
Farmers, are you expanding, upgrading, or want to automate? Visit with the experienced staff at Hope Electric to learn about the latest electrical systems and the newest technologies that they have developed to make your operation more efficient. Get a custom system in place with features like iPad truck loading and remote view grain storage, touchscreen controls, hazard monitoring systems, and wireless cellular cameras to protect your assets. Hope Electric, serving the agricultural and commercial industry since 1978. Visit hopeelectric.com or call 701-945-2460.
As we continue here with our Dakota Heritage Bank post-game conversation, join us now one of the seniors here for the Central Cass Squirrels, Noah Muckow, able to get 2 runs of the 3 here for Central Cass, a run driven in with that home run as well, able to wear a fastball. Noah, first things first, just take us through the resiliency of this team to come back against Lisbon, and then same thing here to come back against a Northern Cass and put a couple runs up in the 6th inning. What's been working for you guys so far this morning into the afternoon?
Yeah, all tournament long we've been just not giving up, having good at-bats, putting the ball in play, and that's kind of our goal, just putting the ball in play and keeping it so they can field it and we have a chance.
Able to get a home run against the Lisbon Broncos, a home run here today. What is working with your swing so far on this home turf?
Yeah, we've been going to the ball yard recently when we've not been able to practice with the rain, and I've just been seeing the ball really well from that, and yeah.
Able to have a freshman come out and go 7 innings. What was it about Carver in a situation where you want to obviously have as much left in the tank in game 2, but sometimes you have to have an underclassman make some plays? What was it about Carver Kozowski that you saw early on that said, hey, he can find a way to get through 6-7 innings of work today?
Yeah, he was huge. He was just hitting the strike zone, giving it so they can hit it, and putting the ball in play, letting them put the ball in play, and yeah.
What's the one thing going forward here? You got a winner-take-all coming up in a few moments, Noah. What's the one thing that this team needs to do well for another baseball game as they get ready for championship game number 2?
Yeah, I would say just keep putting the ball in play and making sure that we're fielding the ball well as well.
Hey, Noah, we'll let you go enjoy it. Congratulations. Best of luck in a winner-take-all championship game number 2.
Thank you.
That again, Noah Muckow joined us here on the Postgame Show, brought to you in part by Dakota Heritage Bank, sharing their heritage and their future with locations in North Dakota and Minnesota. Go to dhb.bank. We'll continue with more after this. That does it for our modified Postgame Show, brought to you in part by Norman County Raceway and the Red River Valley Speedway here today in Castleton. We're going to step aside for just a few moments, get you ready for the starting lineups, then we'll get you into game number 3 here in the Region 1 Baseball Tournament on your live events.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 201 Main Street, Hunter.
It's time to hit the ground with summer lawn and gardening projects, and Mayport Hardware is here to help. Stop by the greenhouse and browse the wide selection of flowers to liven up your yard. From the outdoor power tools of mowers, tillers, and trimmers to the lawn care essentials of seeds, fertilizers, and top-tier gardening tools, let Mayport Hardware transform your yard to where the grass is greener. Come visit Tim, Sue, and the staff at Trail County's Hardware Hank on Main Street in Mayville.
The World of Outlaws late models return to the Norman County Raceway, Ada, Minnesota, June 28th. Ada Building Center LLC start to finish showdown. Presented by R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. Enjoy the experience. Nationwide top 10 experience last year. Let's make it number 1 this year. World of Outlaws late models. Ada Building Center LLC start to finish showdown. Presented by R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. Tickets now available. ncraceway.com.
It's safe to say we have it pretty good in the Drayton, North Dakota area. Growing sugar beets, making sugar, bringing a little sweetness to the world. Every day, American Crystal Sugar produces sweet products people love in a place we love to call home. It's a thing we like to call the sweet life, and we're proud to share it with you. American Crystal Sugar's Drayton facility has recently started offering a $4 per hour shift differential for rotating shifts. Go to AmericanCrystalCareers.com for more information.
As we go from a pregame or a postgame now to a pregame show here in about 10-15 minutes, we'll get underway for championship game number 2 in a winner-take-all here between Central Cass and Northern Cass, with the winner making their way to the north side of Fargo at Newman Outdoor Field a week from today here in Fargo. So Chase Miller, Josh Boyko with you here, just recapping what happened one more time in the first game. It was a 3-2 win for the Central Cass Squirrels. At the plate, Noah Muckow had a hit alongside Lucas Christensen, who went 2 for 3, and then Keegan Peterson went 1 of 4 with Brody Cagley. That was your hits for Central Cass. For Northern Cass, they got base runners on. They just couldn't really get the big inning against Kozowski as they left 9 batters on base here today for Northern Cass. Metzger went 1 of 4. OC went 1 of 4. Trey Huzar went 2 of 3. Hoyland 2 of 4. Parker Anderson 1 of 3, and Cody Waitson 1 of 3 as well. Again, winner takes all as Central Cass trying to make it a 5 consecutive here in the Region 1 Championship, while for Northern Cass trying to win their first title since they did it back in 2016. Your all-region team from Central Cass and Northern Cass: Muckow, Peterson, and Thompson from the Squirrels, Metzger, Otzi, Carter Waitson, from Northern Cass with Huzar. Huzar, your senior athlete and coach of the year, is Sam Johnson from Northern Cass as well. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll dive into the pregame show coming up. Again, brought to you in part by Irie Insurance. Get you ready for the starting lineup. Send the opening pitch. That's all still to come here today from Castleton. And then, mind you, we'll go from Region 1 to Region 2 baseball with Thompson Hat Northwood due up after that on your liveevent.com.
Your softball or baseball skills to the next level with personalized instruction from the professional staff at the Ball Yard. Their mission is to provide area players, young and old, the opportunity to improve their skills in a professional level facility and to provide a high level of instruction to youth players to help them achieve their goals at the Ball Yard. Come and visit the one place in the Fargo-Moorhead area where it's always summer. For more information, go online to fmballyard.com. That's fmballyard.com.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you want in a hometown. Business opportunities, great jobs, and a top-notch school. Shovel-ready lots for your next idea. Great jobs in manufacturing, healthcare, and agriculture. An excellent education for your kids with small class sizes and lots of school spirit. Plus easy access to I-29 and the conveniences of North Dakota's largest cities. Build your future in Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
As we continue here on our pregame show today, brought to you in part by Irie Insurance, a little bit of a makeshift pregame show as we get you ready for this particular contest. As both teams pretty much said, we've already played, well, for Northern Cass 1, for Central Cass they've already played 2. Let's just get out there and start getting on the field as we get to a winner-take-all championship game number 2. Just as in game number 1, it will be Central Cass as the visitors, as the lower seed. Northern Cass will be the home team on the scoreboard here as the higher seed in this contest. As we'll get you ready for the first pitch here in a moment, as they're asking for this one to get underway here. This modified pregame show, again, brought to you in part by Irie Insurance. Opening pitch on the way, Metzger delivers a strike to Peterson. Opening pitch at 12:51. Brought to you in part by Norman County Raceway and the Red River Valley Speedway. Go to normancounty.raceway.com or simply check out the Red River Valley Speedway at redrivervalleyspeedway.com as well. No balls, 2 strikes on the way, as this one will be just outside. It's now 1-2. So Keegan Peterson, Brody Kegley with Jake Thompson, Pearson, Everston, and Osmondstead, with Muckow in there as well. Muckow will be batting a cleanup here today for the Central Cass Squirrels. We'll get to the outfield, infield here in a moment as we're makeshifting the lineup card in our own right as well. Here's the pitch. A little squibber. That'll be foul. Cody Wainson in left with Huzar in center. You have Hanson in right with Clement at first base, OC at second with Hoyland at short, Hoppy at third with Carter Waits, and behind the plate with Metzger on the bump again here for Northern Cass. Here's the 2-2 offering. Strike three looking, and Keegan Peterson is retired, and Metzger picks up the first out. Metzger pitching and came in roughly at around 70 pitches, and this will be his final appearance, so they'll pretty much ride Metzger as far as they possibly can here in this contest for Northern Cass. Here's the pitch on the way. That one will miss the zone. It's now 1-0 to Kegley. As this one goes foul. As we'll have 1 ball, 1 strike on the way. As with just the amount of games that they have left, and both these two teams play not too much time, as this one swung and a miss, 1-2. Got about 20 minutes in between, but I think both teams said we're good. Let's play after the awards presentation. As this one is going to be hit foul. As we'll see, 1 ball, 2 strikes upcoming here. And the pitch. Strike 3 looking, and Metzger with back-to-back strikeouts looking to get his second out here on the Bank North scoreboard to begin things off in the top of the first inning. As this one swung and a miss. As this one goes foul. As quickly getting out in front is Metzger. 0-2 to Jake here. This one swung and a miss, and getting the strike out of the side is Metzger as we make our way to the bottom of the first inning. A strike out of the side in the first as Northern Cass will come up to the plate scoreless with the Squirrels.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
At Abra Auto Body and Glass in Grand Forks, they make sure your vehicle gets the best standard of care to get it back on the road as quickly as possible. Lonnie and his team are some of the most highly trained in the industry. With state-of-the-art technology and superior products, your vehicle will leave in great condition. With their drive-in claims area, the process is smooth and easy. Let Abra Auto Body and Glass in Grand Forks provide you and your vehicle with premium care and attention. Open 8 to 5:30 Monday through Friday. Abra Auto Body and Glass of Grand Forks.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
As we come back here and able to see Coach Sam Johnson and Northern Cass for the first time in her second championship game, number 2 here today. Chase Miller with you here for this one as Josh Boyko getting ready for our second, once we get to the Region 2 portion of the tournament, getting ready for what this game will have in results. Metzger will be batting leadoff here, followed by Jacob Osee, Trey Huzar batting third. Carter Waitson batting fourth here for Northern Cass, followed by Chris Hoyland and Sam Clement. Matthew Hoppy, followed by Zeski here today. Brody Zeski will be batting eighth, as this one is going to be hit, and that'll be to right. Going back is Osmonstead for the catch. Metzger is retired on one pitch, and there's one down. Cody Waitson batting ninth, and then from there you have Gage Hansen, the senior, in the flex spot out in right field here for Coach Johnson and Northern Cass. So Central Cass a 3 up, 3 down. We'll see what Boulder can do here for the Central Cass Squirrels, as this one will miss for a ball. Ryland, the junior here on the mound, second appearance in this tournament. Was started against the Ball Stars, and eventually Central Cass had to come back from behind fashion against the Ball Stars to pick up a victory. And how that tournament would have just changed a little bit for all these teams involved, as for the most part it's been chalk here for a good portion of the tournament. Oak Grove was the 5 seed that still remained. You had Lisbon, the 3 seed of Kinder, the highest seed that got bounced out before making it to the final 3 teams remaining. But if you've been the highest seed, you've had some advantages so far in terms of that win-loss column, outside of what we just saw minutes ago, where the 2 seed of the Squirrels beat the 1 seed of Northern Cass. Here's a 2-2 pitch. That'll be out of the zone. It's now 3-2. So again, Kozowski is done, as Boulder had about 38 pitches coming into this one, where he's already made an appearance as well. This one will be foul back, and we'll keep it at 3 balls and 2 strikes. It is the Region 1 Baseball Championship, final game of the Region 1 tournament here in Castleton. Here's the 3-2 pitch to OC. This one will be a one-hopper, and gloving it and taking his own way with the little flip will be a Boulder to Muckow. It'll be 1-3 on the putout, and there's 2 down. And if you're a baseball fan, or heck, even softball, as Enderlin Kindred Richland will be getting underway at 2 o'clock for the Region 1 softball tournament for the first of 3 games. Elimination game, championship with Central Cass, Hillsborough, Central Valley, and then that'll be at 4. Then you'll get the state qualifier after that, roughly at 6, as Hussar fouls this one back. It's now 1-2. No balls, 1 strike on the way, as you'll see Boulder with the 0-1. This one will miss for a ball. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. As Boulder looking to do what his counterpart did in Metzger and have a 3 up, 3 down style of inning. 2 balls, 1 strike on the way here. Here's the 2-1 offering. That'll go all the way to the backstop. That'll be now 3-1. So a fly out by Metzger, a ground out by OC, and we'll see what the 3-1 pitch is upcoming here. Here's the 3-1 offering. This one will be a walk for Hussar, as he will get on base. So Trey will get to first, and then it'll be Carter Waitson. Anytime you get to a postseason, you're just not sure whether you're Central Cass, quite frankly, was dead in the rights against the Ball Stars back on Wednesday last week, where it looked like the 7 seed was going to knock down the number 2 seed, a comeback fashion to pick up the win. But this thing, you get to postseason tournaments, you just never know one game how it can change the complexion of the postseason, as Hussar is going to break for second, and he will get into second base here, as it'll be a 1-0 count here to Carter Waitson. And now you'll have runner in scoring position here for Northern Cass. You able to see at particular times where maybe that team that's a lower seed that finds a way. Oak Grove has just been the one team that has found themselves the last couple of years. It's kind of been a nuisance to some teams in this region. The 1-0 that's going to go all the way to the backstop. Hussar will easily go to third on the wild pitch. If you're the Kinder Vikings fans, you're probably going, sure, we get to see Grayson Doctor after you chase the starter, and then Grayson goes 7 innings and knocks us out of the tournament, and just unable to find much of a rhythm against him in that particular game earlier in the week. And those are just the situations sometimes. When are you going to pitch? When are you going to play some of your better players? Some guys might be hurt throughout the course of this season in April or May until you see them later in the tournament. So the old can be in sports, not necessarily how you play them, but when you play them. The 3-0 pitch, that'll miss for a walk as Waitson draws a 4-pitch walk. So back-to-back free bags here for Northern Cass, and they'll have runners at the corners with 2 down with Chris Hoyland. As right off the bat here coming out will be Coach Maggio talking it over here with Central Cass. And more importantly, in a situation like this with runners at first and third, what kind of a play that you'll possibly have with Chris Hoyland coming up to the plate, and will there be a delayed steal upcoming or a double steal here for Northern Cass? That will be the questions here. And for Northern Cass right now, the other kicker becomes, obviously you want to win this game, but you have athletes that have to make their way to Bismarck to compete in state track and field, and playing a second game here is just going to make everything even more a little bit tougher, especially with the relay, the 2-mile, what you have in some of the field events later today out in Bismarck as well. But sometimes you just never know what team that can throw a little bit of a monkey wrench into the regional tournament, and Oak Grove was able to do that, beating the higher seed of Kindred. Obviously, the 4th seed of the Lisbon Broncos, they probably feel snake-bitten. They feel like they probably could have beat Northern Cass earlier in the week on Monday, and similar situation where they probably feel like they should have beat Central Cass earlier this morning. They could have found themselves maybe in this championship game in game number 2, as Hoyland takes a ball, and now throwing a strike is Boder here. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. So a fly out by Metzger, OC with the ground out, a pair of walks, and then Huzar able to get to third here. Here's the 1-1 offering, as this will be hit on the ground to Everson. Everson will have to go across the diamond, picked up there by Muckow to retire the side here in the bottom of the 1st inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, 2 runners left on base. We played an inning today on the Bank North scoreboard. It's scoreless as we make our way to inning number 2.
North Dakota All-Star Gathering on your live event, as we'll cover the Shields Softball All-Star Series on June 2nd and 3rd.
This will be hit and over the shortstop Berg into left center field. A run comes in to score with Alexander Rath.
Optimist Volleyball Series June 16th and 17th.
Blue outside Linsinger with another hammer.
Plus, the Lions All-Star Basketball Series on July 14th and 15th.
Baldwin finds Wick. Wick open, 3-pointer coming. Yes, sir!
For more information, go to yourliveevent.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
Top of the 2nd inning here on yourliveevent.com. Justin Farkas calling balls and strikes here again in this particular contest. Because right now, you make your way through, and the question is, how do these two teams just fare? In recent years, you'd say Central Cass as one of the highest teams would probably be the team that would, maybe have a little bit more pressure on them. This year for Northern Cass, there's no doubt about it. They feel like this is their year that they can make some noise, not just in this region, but get over the hump, make it to state, and do some damage once you get there. But first things first, you got to beat the bully on the block that has won it 4 straight times, and the Squirrels. The 1-0 pitch, and Muckow tried to tattoo one to South Cass County here, as it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Muckow has already hit 2 home runs here today, 1 against the Lisbon Broncos, 1 against Northern Cass in game number 1 of the championship. Here's the 2-1 offering. This will be foul back. It's now 2-2. Also going on, the Region 3 baseball tournament out in Bismarck with Greg Grenz here today. We saw Lamore, Litchfield, Marion, Edgeley defeat New Rockford, Cheyenne, and make their way into the championship. Or they await the winner of South Border and New Rockford, Cheyenne, as that one has now officially gone final. Here's the payoff pitch. That'll miss out of the zone. Muckow earns a walk, and he will take it at first base. As you'll have Cale Pearson here to the plate. Pearson, the opposing catcher here, will get his opportunity to look down to Coach Maggio and get the play. As this is going to be scorched into left field, a line drive hit. Pearson gets to first. Muckow gets to second. Runners at first and second base with nobody out here in the top of the 2nd inning for Central Cass. Now it's to Jack Everson. As they'll take a look at the lineup card here, and Everything is good to go as Everson, and you see Carter Waitson behind the plate giving the signs on where they want to go. And Central Cass with an opportunity here to get something brewing in the top of the second. Final, New Rockford Cheyenne defeats South Border 7-5. So New Rockford Cheyenne will play the Lobos in the Region 3 championship as this one is bunted. And then everybody will stay put as you had the corner infielders first and third coming down while the middle infield was going to first and third base. So Muckout could get a good read of things at second base. It's 0-1. Everson did try to bunt. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Trying to bunt again. Same exact play, and this one is foul tipped in the glove of Wadeson. It's now 0-2. Batter number 6 in the lineup after a 3-up, 3-down strike into the side for Metzger in the first. A walk and a single here for the Squirrels now in the second. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on a miss, and Metzger gets strikeout number 4. So there's been 4 outs, all via the strikeout. A couple of swinging, one looking, and now you see Ryan Osmondstedt. The Central Cass Squirrels 17-5 on the season. Northern Cass at 24-4 for their games. 1 down and the pitch. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Osmondstedt, and it will be 0-1. There's the 0-1 pitch. That'll be in there for strike number 2 at 0-2. So Metzger able to get ahead in the count right now. Grayson Lewis on the on-deck circle for Central Cass. Here's the 0-2. Out of the zone now, 1 ball and 2 strikes. In about 50 minutes, we'll be talking softball as well here in Castleton. There's the 1-2 offering. That'll miss out of the zone, now 2-2. Been a busy part of the Southeast Regional Track Meet, hosting Region 1 baseball, Region 1 softball within the last few days in Castleton here. The 2-2 pitch, this one will be fouled and just about to get over the netting and into the grandstands here, as there's just a little bit of a gap between the net and where the awning lines out, and that was about as close as you could get to get over it. As Metzger with a 2-2 pitch. This will be hit in the air. That's a fly ball. Cody Waitson going back to the warning track. Waitson sees this one. He'll hop the wall. Muckout was looking to tag. Everybody will move up 90 feet here as they were looking to tag. And by the time Cody Waitson got to the warning track, just kind of looked for a split second to see where the wall was. Missed the ball, and now we'll have runners at first, second, and third for Grayson Lewis. About the longest single you'll get here if you're Ryan, and if it was a 2-out situation, you would be talking about a 1, if not a 2-run driven in kind of a play, but instead bases are full here as Metzger trying to work out of the jam in the second. First pitch swinging, Lewis hits a high fly ball. Hoyland, the shortstop, will give way to Wadeson. Wadeson will make the catch. Not deep enough to try to get Noah to tag up, and there's 2 down here in the second inning. 1 pitch, and Lewis is retired on the fly out to Cody Waitson, as we'll have Christensen to the plate now for Central Cass here for Lucas. Muckout at third, Pearson at second, Osmondstedt at first. This one will be in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Clement, Hoppy, and Zeski coming up to the plate. 6, 7, and 8 batters due up here for Northern Cass as this one runs out of the zone. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That'll run in. Trying to maybe take it was Christensen to see if he can maybe get rubbed with the baseball just enough. Here's the 2-1 offering. That one will miss. It's now 3-1. This one will be in there for a strike. Now 3-2. Here's the 3-2 offering on the way from Metzger. This one will be hit in the air. We'll see with Huzar underneath it, and that'll retire the side on the flyout. So no runs, pair of hits, no errors, and 3 runners left on base. We played an inning and a half today here on YourLiveEvent.com on the Bank North scoreboard. Central Cass and Northern Cass is scoreless.
There's more at 104.
Farmers, are you expanding, upgrading, or want to automate? Visit with the experienced staff at Hope Electric to learn about the latest electrical systems and the newest technologies that they have developed to make your operation more efficient. Get a custom system in place with features like iPad truck loading and remote view grain storage, touchscreen controls, hazard monitoring systems, and wireless cellular cameras to protect your assets. Hope Electric, serving the agricultural and commercial industry since 1978. Visit hopeelectric.com or call 701-945-2460.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 201 Main Street, Hunter.
I'll make sure you patronize all of our sponsors who are allowing us to bring you the Region 1 Baseball Tournament and probably give a fruit basket of thanks or something to all the ADs in the region for how much they've been on the phone, emails, behind-the-scenes conversations on just trying to find a way to get these games in some capacity with about a multitude of different plans that every day that came through and finding ways to get umpires and everything else. So any particular workers to coaches, to those in between, make sure you patronize them as well and tell them thanks. Because without the umpires making their different adjustments, just want to be able to get to this point as Clement hits one on a rope to Christensen to straightaway center for the out, and there's one down. As you will see now, Matthew Hoppy, then Brody Zeski do up. As Hoppy will come up to the plate here for Northern Cass. Scoreless so far, bottom of the second. The first game between these two teams, it took till the 4th inning before there was a run across where Central Cass scored 1, immediately followed by 2 in the bottom of the 4th inning. As you will see, Hoppy fall behind the count, no balls and 1 strike as Boder's on the mound. The 0-1 pitch, this one will miss, now 1-1. Going through, you'll see regional tournaments wrapping up today, tomorrow, and even out west a little bit more. That'll be on Saturday, where they will be going Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for the region. The 1-1 is foul, and now all of a sudden, with the softball diamond going to get active here, you'll start to have to worry a little bit if you're sitting up the first base side on both a foul ball from a baseball and a softball perspective here. 1 ball, 2 strikes here for Boder. 1-2, good spot. Got him looking, and first strikeout for Boder here, and there's 2 down. So for Ryland, the junior, able to come on and get a strikeout here, and there's 2 down. He's retired 3 straight, as you'll see with to now Brody Zeski. As Zeski will try to get a little magic going here. 2 runners on so far for Northern Cass, were both walks by Huzar and Waitson with the 2-out variety back in the first. Boder delivers a fastball in there for a strike. It's now 0-1. Here's the 0-1 offering. This one will miss the zone. It's now 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. This one swung on a miss. It's now 1-2. One-two pitch, strike 3. Looking in back-to-back Ks here for Boder as we played at 2 today on the Bank North scoreboard. We're scoreless as we head to the 3rd.
It's time to hit the ground with summer lawn and gardening projects, and Mayport Hardware is here to help. Stop by the greenhouse and browse the wide selection of flowers to liven up your yard. From the outdoor power tools of mowers, tillers, and trimmers to the lawn care essentials of seeds, fertilizers, and top-tier gardening tools, let Mayport Hardware transform your yard to where the grass is greener. Come visit Tim, Sue, and the staff at Trail County's Hardware Hank on Main Street in Mayville.
Top of the third inning here on yourliveevent.com. Chase Miller with you here. As we'll still get to Thompson and Hatton Northwood a little bit later on today. We weren't 100% sure on when that game would start at noon or 2, barring if we got to championship game number 2, as we'll see here in the top of the third inning. Central Cass will be back to the top of the lineup here for Keegan Peterson. 2 balls and no strikes against Metzger. Metzger, 2 innings of work so far here today, as this is going to be a fly ball that'll go out to the left fielder. As coming in now a little bit more into the gap is Cody Waitson for the flyout, and there's 1 down. So Keegan Peterson, Brody Cagley, and Jake Thompson here. So far, no runs, couple of hits, no errors, and left the bases full back in the second inning for Central Cass. So they've left 3 runners on base, as Brody Cagley will call for a quick time. Well, for Northern Cass so far here in this one, no runs, no hits, and 2 runners left on base for the Jakes. 1 ball, no strikes. Here to Brody Cagley. Cagley will hit this one up the third base side. Hoppy will make the catch. Oh, what a play. And actually, he dropped it. So, looked like he made the catch. And then he went from making the catch to where we have a pole here as we see it. And as he went back down to the turf, he dropped the baseball. So that'll actually be an error on the play from Hoppy. First error of the contest for Northern Cass. And Central Cass gets a runner on here in the top of the third. Playing a little bit of the sun as that one just kept trailing away from Hoppy up the third base side as Thompson will see this one in there for a strike. It's 0-1. And as the game goes for both of these 2 teams, and particularly more so for Northern Cass, just with where Metzger is at, as this one will get all the way to the backstop. Cagley will take it to second base. It'll be 1-1 upcoming here to Thompson. Just coming into the lineup again. You saw Northern Cass with their team pitching, with Metzger having 2 appearances around that 70 pitch mark. So you had about roughly 65 pitches here to work with coming into this game. The 1-1 pitch, taking a strike, it's now 1-2. So for Sam Johnson, you're pretty much saying you're going all the way through until you get to that pitch count where you can't pitch no more after you finish your last batter. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out here to the number 3 batter with Thompson. 1-2 pitch. Thompson fillets this one off, foul. So Region 3 baseball will feature the Rockets of New Rockford, Cheyenne, and the Lobos of Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion, Edgeley in the championship games out in Bismarck. The 1-2 swung and a miss, and Thompson is retired, and Metzger gets his 5th punch-out of the afternoon. 2 down with Muckow coming up to the plate. Region 4 up at Park River, Midway, Minto, Langdon area. Munich playing in a loser-out game at 1 o'clock. Then Park River, Fortville, Lank, and Grafton playing in a winner's bracket game at 3 later today. This will be in the turf. It's now 1-0. Also, congratulations goes out to those who've already made the All-Region 1 baseball team in between championship games. They gave out the All-Region Awards, Senior Athlete and Coach of the Year. As this is going to go off the glove of the second baseman, Ossie. That's going to allow the runner to try to get to second to third. Here's the throw by Hoyland, not in time on the take by Hoppy. On a second error, they'll get the runner to third base here with 2 down and a 1-0 count here to Noah Muckow. So that one went off the glove of Osi. Then Hoyland was there, made a perfect throw to Hoppy, but hustling there was Kegley, able to get to third, as this one is going to be smothered by Carter Waitson. It's now 2 balls and no strikes. And how much do you want to throw around Noah Muckow here? Though Pearson has hit the ball a couple of times really hard here today. 2-0 pitch. Muckow hits a fly ball. That'll be down the first base side. Clemens giving some chase, and Clemens makes the catch in foul territory. Clemens contorted, able to go from foul territory, bring the glove back, and reach up for the play, and that'll be the out here in the 3rd inning. There were no runs, no hits. There was an error with a runner left on base. We make our way to the bottom of the 3rd. We're scoreless on your liveevent.com.
Outlaws Late Models return to the Norman County Raceway, Ada, Minnesota, June 28th. Ada Building Center LLC Start to Finish Showdown. Presented by R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. Enjoy the experience. Nationwide top 10 experience last year. Let's make it number 1 this year. World of Outlaws Late Models. Ada Building Center LLC Start to Finish Showdown. Presented by R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. Tickets now available. ncraceway.com.
Bottom of the 3rd inning here on your liveevent.com. Metzger's got 16 pitches left to work with, and then he will be done for the rest of the Region 1 tournament. Then for Coach Johnson, they will have to go to their next option here. And once you get to this point, you're pretty much throwing anybody and everybody that you still have appearances, how many pitches you can throw in the day. For Central Cass and Northern Cass, now with this being the 2nd game for the Jags, the 3rd game for the Squirrels, you only have 120 pitches you can throw in a day. So, for example, if you had a Central Cass pitcher throw 70 pitches against the Lisbon Broncos, they would only have 50 pitches remaining, and then it also goes to amount the appearances that you'll have at the end as well. So those are just a couple of things to make note of as this game continues as we head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Broadcasting from the Farmers Union Insurance David Bergman Agency broadcast booth here in Castleton. Farmers Union Insurance, from ranch to farm, business, crop, and health. Not all products are underwritten by Farmers Union Insurance. Call 701-724-6252 with Farmers Union Insurance, David Bergman Agency. Here's the 1-0 pitch upcoming, as you'll see 9-1 and 2 batters to the plate. This one missing out of the zone with Cody Waits, and now it's 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on the way. This will be now 2-1. Here's the 2-1 offering. That'll be off the glove. Now 3-1. So for Northern Cass, 2 runners on in the first, 3 up, 3 down in the second. What will they go up against Boder here in the 3rd? This will be hit right back up the middle. Backhanded there by Kegley. Throws from his knees. Oh, what a play by the second baseman. 4-3 on the putout, and there's 1 down. What a play by the sophomore Kegley up the middle. Able to make a really nice play. Mark that one at home. As if that gets past Kegley, for sure a single. And there's 1 down here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Now it goes to Metzger. This one will go all the way to the backstop. It's 1-0. Metzger flew out to Christensen to open things up for Northern Cass at the plate. As we'll see the 1-0 pitch upcoming. Northern Cass trying to slay the Dragons here in Region 1 that has been Central Cass over the years, as this will be sliced up the right field side. That'll be right in front of Osmondstead here, as Metzger with an opposite field single. That'll be the first base hit of the day for Northern Cass against Ryland. And now the Jags with the runner on here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Well, let's tell the 4th until we got runs brewing in the first game of our championship series, and we'll see if it takes that long again here, or can Northern Cass jump on a single here by Metzger in the bottom half of the 3rd. Metzger stays put, the throw out of the zone makes it now 1-0 here with Osi. 1 ball, no strikes. Here to the number 2 batter in the Northern Cass lineup. 1-0 is going back, sliding in safely. There is Metzger. As the 2-0 pitch, or excuse me, the 1-0 pitch upcoming. He's looking to bunt. This one will go all the way to the backs up. Here's the throw, not to the backs up, towards the catcher. Trying to backhand it was Cagley there, as Metzger will get the stolen base. It'll now be 2-0 here to OC. For some other players that have made their way, Coach of the Year, Sam Johnson here in the region. Senior athlete, Trey Huzar. So Northern Cass sweeps those individual honors. 2-0 pitch, looking to bunt this one out of the zone one more time, as OC now will make it 3-0. Chris Titus from the Oaks Tornadoes, part of that All-Region 1 team with Grayson Doctor and Zach Winter from Fargo Oak Grove. There's the 3-0 offering. Taken all the way in there for a strike at 3-1. Colton Johnson and Jordan Bittner from Lisbon. Able to see Graham Hess, Jack McDonald, and Kylan Swenson there for the Kinder Vikings. And Jake Simbira for the Enderlin Eagles in that All-Region 1 team. 3-1 pitch is going to be popped up. That'll go foul at 3-2. Then playing here, Muckow, Peterson, and Thompson from Central Cass. Also to see Huzar, Metzger, OC, and Wadeson. Here's the payoff pitch on the way to OC. This one will be strike 3 looking, and Boder gets the strikeout. That'll be his 3rd of the game. And there's 2 down. This one misses out of the zone. It's 1-0 to Huzar. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That one will miss. It's now 2-0. So 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the 3-0 pitch on the way to Huzar. As Boder looks back the runner at second. As this one in there for a strike, it's now 3-1. Three balls, 1 strike to the number 3 batter here in the lineup. 3-1 pitches it right back up the middle. That's going to die in for a base hit. Rounding third, Metzger is on his way home. This one gets underneath Christensen. Huzar's going to run from second to third, and Huzar's going to be waved in. Huzar rounding third. Here's the relay by Everson. Not going to be in time, and the Jags take a 2-0 lead. So a run comes in, then it gets underneath the glove of Christensen to make it a 2-0 advantage here for Northern Cass. So you get the single with the run driven in for Huzar. And then from there you'll get that error on the play, and then making its way will be a 2-0 game. Tough one if you're a Central Cass perspective, just because you knew you were going to give up 1 run with the hit by Huzar, but then the second, and Trey was galloping from home to home at the plate to get that second run of the inning. As it's now 1 ball and no strikes here to Carter Wadeson. 1-0 pitch, swung on and missed. It's now 1-1. Here's the 1-1 offering. That'll miss out of the zone. It's now 2-1. 2 down, bottom of the 3rd, the 2-1 pitch. That'll be hit right back up the middle. That's going to be a single on the way here for Carter Wadeson. So Wadeson able to get a base knock on the way. As you'll see, the Jags so far, after a ground out able to get a single, a strikeout, and a single. Another base knock on the way is coming in. Here will be Northern Cass. As you're able to see Miller coming in for Waits in here. As Hoyland 0 for 1 with a ground out so far to shortstop in Everson. This one misses out of the zone. It's now 1-0. So right now Boder trying his best to get out of the inning. And if he's able to do so, the fourth will have Pearson, Jack Everson, and Ryan Osmondstead coming up. 5, 6, and 7 batters. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That'll miss. No throw. Miller will get into second base with a 2-0 pitch upcoming. So for Northern Cass, 2 runs across here in the third. And now if you get Hoyland a base knock somewhere, possibly it could be 3 and counting. This will miss low. That's now 3-0. 3-0 on the way. As this one works up, and that'll be a walk, and Hoyland will take first base here, so you'll have runners at first and second. The Polar Bears have made their way to Castleton, as they were scheduled to play roughly around 2 o'clock. That'll be probably closer to about 4 o'clock here later today. 2 down here with Sam Clement. The pitch in there for a strike. It's now 0-1. No balls and a strike with 2 outs here, third inning. As you'll see the 0-1 pitch. This one will be fouled up the first base side. It's now 0-2. As the 0-2 offering upcoming, as we'll get a time here from the batter and Sam Clement, with Justin Farkas behind the plate calling balls and strikes. Here's the 0-2 pitch. This one will be hit on the ground. There goes Peterson. Peterson will take and try to beat the runner, and he does. Sam Johnson thought that Peterson did not beat the play of Miller hustling towards third, but they will say yes, he did, to retire the side on the play. So a couple runs do come across on 3 hits, and Aaron, then you had 2 runners left on base. As we make our way to the top of the 4th inning, a new score on the Bank North scoreboard. It's 4-love in favor of Northern Cass.
It's safe to say we have it pretty good in the Drayton, North Dakota area. Growing sugar beets, making sugar, bringing a little sweetness to the world. Every day, American Crystal Sugar produces sweet products people love in a place we love to call home. It's a thing we like to call the sweet life, and we're proud to share it with you. American Crystal Sugar's Drayton facility has recently started offering a $4 per hour shift differential for rotating shifts. Go to AmericanCrystalCareers.com for more information.
Take your softball or baseball skills to the next level with personalized instruction from the professional staff at the Ball Yard. Their mission is to provide area players, young and old, the opportunity to improve their skills in a professional level facility and to provide a high level of instruction to youth players to help them achieve their goals at the Ball Yard. Come and visit the one place in the Fargo-Moorhead area where it's always summer. For more information, go online to fmballyard.com. That's fmballyard.com.
As we go to the top of the 4th inning here on YourLiveEvent.com, it's a 2-0 lead here for Northern Cass over the Central Cass Squirrels. As you will see, after 2 runs coming across here for the Jags, the Squirrels will have Pearson, Everson, and then Ryan Osmondstead coming up to the plate. As this one misses outside for a ball, it's now 1-0. As there's a called time here for Pearson, as Pearson will come out of the batter's box here with a single so far. Going back to the last game, it was a 1-0 pitch. This one missing. It's now 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes on the way. This one will be in there for a strike at 2-1. As the 2-1 offering on the way. This one will be hit on the ground. That will be gloved by Hoppy. Hoppy is there, throws across off the bag and it will be safe here for Pearson. So we'll see an error on a play there by the third baseman by Hoppy on the throw, and you'll get a runner on board. As we've already seen a couple of errors so far here today for Northern Cass. That'll be their third. We've seen one so far here today for Central Cass. But for the Squirrels, got a runner aboard here in the fourth inning as now it's to Jack Everson. Everson looking to bunt. This one is popped straight up. Wainson is there, and Carter climbs underneath it for the out, and there's one down. As the pitch upcoming, this one will miss out of the zone. I'm going to be 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch. This one will miss. It's now 2-0. Here's the 2-0 offering. That'll miss out of the zone. That one in there for a strike. It's now 3-1. Here's the 3-1 pitch. That'll miss for a ball, for a walk. So for Metzger, he will give up a free pass here, as you'll now have Grayson Lewis with runners at first and second base, as Pearson will come up to the plate. And Grayson Lewis here will be at the plate as Pearson makes his way towards second base. Thummel on the courtesy runner stands at second. Osmonstead at first. Here's the pitch. This one foul back. It's now 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike here with 1 down as Central Cass is threatening here in the inning. This one will miss. It's now 2-1. So 2 balls and a strike to the number 8 batter here in the lineup. As the 2-1 pitch, that'll miss for a ball. It's now 3-1. As we'll get to the 3-1 count upcoming here from Metzger. Metzger with the 3-1. This one swung on a miss. It's now 3-2. Here's the payoff pitch on the way. 3-2. Swung, as that will be a walk. So Thummel will go to third. Osmonstead to second. Lewis with the walk will get aboard, and Coach Sam Johnson wants to talk it over. We'll break with him on your live event.
The Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has brought in to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
As we go to the top of the fourth inning here, we'll get a new pitcher coming in to the game here for the Northern Cass Jaguars as Metzger has reached his limit. We'll let you know about it and the change coming up next here on your liveevent.com.
Local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio and RJBroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you want in a hometown. Business opportunities, great jobs, and a top-notch school. Shovel-ready lots for your next idea. Great jobs in manufacturing, healthcare, and agriculture. An excellent education for your kids with small class sizes and lots of school spirit. Plus easy access to I-29 and the conveniences of North Dakota's largest cities. Build your future in Hillsboro and see why there's more at 104.
Top of the fourth inning here on the Bank North scoreboard. It's a 2-0 lead for Northern Cass over Central Cass here on yourliveevent.com. As we'll see the 9-1 and 2 batters, Christensen, Peterson, and Kegley are due up here, but right now you'll see OC after Metzger went 3 1/3, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. As able to give up a couple of hits back in the second inning as well. 2 hits in this one. As here's the pitch upcoming to Christensen. It's now 1-0. This one missing low. It's now 2-0 on the way. 2 balls, no strikes here to Lucas Christensen. The 2-0 pitch upcoming. This one will be in there for a strike. It's now 2-1. Here's the 2-1 offering on the way. This one will be popped up. This one will be right in the infield. It'll be an infield fly rule. And this one will be an out on the way. It's now pop out for Christensen. And there's 2 down. As you'll see Peterson coming up to the plate. Here's the pitch upcoming on the way. Is that one missing for a ball? It's now 1-0. One ball, no strikes here to Keegan Peterson. The 1-0, that one will miss for a ball. It's now 2-1. Here's the 2-0 pitch upcoming. This one foul tipped. It's now 2-1. As we'll see the 2-ball, 1-strike pitch upcoming here. The 2-1 pitch is scalded down the left field line. That'll go foul. It's now 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here. As the 2-2 pitch. Swung on a miss. There's the strikeout. That'll be OC coming in relief and stranding the bases loaded. So for the 3rd time today, Central Cass has left the bases full here in this one. There were no runs, no hits, and error as we make our way to the bottom of the 4th inning. It's a 2-0 game for Northern Cass over Central Cass.
The telephone company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neelsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
At At Abra Auto Body and Glass in Grand Forks, they make sure your vehicle gets the best standard of care to get it back on the road as quickly as possible. Lonnie and his team are some of the most highly trained in the industry. With state-of-the-art technology and superior products, your vehicle will leave in great condition. With their drive-in claims area, the process is smooth and easy. Let Abra Auto Body and Glass in Grand Forks provide you and your vehicle with premium care and attention. Open 8 to 5:30 Monday through Friday. Abra Auto Body and Glass of Grand Forks.
Bottom of the fourth inning here on YourLiveEvent.com. It's a 2-0 game in favor of Northern Cass over Central Cass here in this one. Big strikeout for OC there to leave the bases full. So Central Cass left the bases full in the second, and the same in the fourth inning. You got a pop out of Christensen in relief and able to come back on as well and get Keegan Peterson after Metzger had an error, a walk, and a walk to load the bases, then came out with his pitches in terms of finding his mount in the particular portion of the game, as now Northern Cass looking to add on to their advantage. Hoppy, Zeski, and Waitson here. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Is this one going to be swung on and missed? It's now 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike here to Hoppy, as you'll have the 1-1 pitch upcoming. This one is going to go foul up the first base side. Now be 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 7, 8, 9 batters again due up here for Northern Cass. A chance to extend their lead. Back to the last game when Northern Cass took the lead, it was 2-1, and they never ever got more out in front than by a run, and that came back and cost them as Central Cass got a couple. As the breaking ball in there for a strike, and Hoppy's retired on the punch-out, and that'll be the 4th strikeout of the game. He's got 3 of the 4 strikeouts looking here today for Boder. As we saw Central Cass come back with 2 runs in the 6th to take that 3-2 win over Northern Cass in game number 1. But right now it's still a 2-0 lead. 1 ball, no strikes on the way here to Zeski. Zeski's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. There's the 1-0 pitch. That'll miss out of the zone, now 2-0. Two balls, no strikes, 1 down here in the 4th inning. 2-0 pitch. That's called a strike, now 2-1. As Zeski trying to find a way to get aboard here for the Jags in the 4th inning. The 2-1 pitch, that'll miss. Now 3-1 on the way. And then Waitson due up after that. So strikeout again of Hoppy. Boder with the 3-1. This one will be a swing and miss. Makes it now 3-2 on the way. Three balls, 2 strikes here. Swung on a miss, and there's a strikeout, and there's 2 down. All right, 2 down here. Bottom of the 4th inning as Cody Wadeson with the ground out his last time up. This one missing out of the zone, as will be now 1-0. 1-0 pitch upcoming. This one will be fisted, popped up, and who's going to call for it? No one called for it. Muckow and Boder both kind of looked at each other on who was going to call for it. Boder kind of olayed late to see that Muckow was coming in, but by the time they were talking it, maybe playing a little bit of the sun too. That's a tough one from a Central Cass perspective to see that one bounce in there and get a runner on in the bottom of the 4th inning. But for Northern Cass, can you take advantage of an extra out here in the 4th? As we'll see Metzger to the plate. 2 down as Metzger with a single, a run scored, and a stolen base his last time up back in the 3rd inning. As you'll see Hoppy, Zeski, and Waitson so far here up in the 4th. What can Metzger do with 2 down? Runners going to break for second. Here's the throw. Good throw by Pearson. Not going to be in time as Waitson able to get into scoring position now for the Jags. On a steal, it'll be 1-0 here to Metzger. Here's the 1-0 pitch upcoming. This one will be foul tipped off of Pearson. And Kale takes a little bit of a tumble right there as that one is a foul tip, and they're going to talk it over and bring Coach Maggio and the trainers out. So what we will do is we'll take a quick break as we look at Pearson here on yourliveevent.com.
Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
It's the North Dakota All-Star Gathering on your live event, as we'll cover the Shields Softball All-Star Series on June 2nd and 3rd.
This will be hit and over the shortstop Berg into left center field. A run comes in to score with Alexander Rath.
Optimist Volleyball Series June 16th and 17th.
Blue outside Linsinger with another hammer.
Plus, the Lions All-Star Basketball Series on July 14th and 15th.
Baldwin finds Wick. Wick open, three-pointer coming. Yes, sir!
For more information, go to yourliveevent.com.
Bottom of the fourth inning here on yourliveevent.com. Northern Cass 2, Central Cass scoreless. And, Pearson has taken a couple of lumps so far here today, but he's still trying to find a way to play through it. Kind of the old adage, if you're a catcher, you're going to get nicked and knacked throughout the course of the day. He's just making sure he's all right. And sometimes it's just a matter of the part that doesn't have the padding. It could be your hand or something in the spot. That continues to work, as we'll see a 1-ball, 1-strike count upcoming here for Metzger. As Metzger continues to work at this one currently. As we'll get a quick time as they'll make sure everybody is back into their normal spot before we continue for this particular ball game. As we'll see the 1-1 pitch upcoming to Metzger. This one swung on and missed. It's now 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes on the way with 2 outs here. Bottom of the fourth inning. Boder trying to get the bats up for the Squirrels. Well, this is going to be hit down the left field line. Just foul for Metzger. For Metzger, trying to make it back-to-back innings for Northern Cass to get a run across. If you're just joining us, Northern Cass with 2 runs in the third inning. Trey Huzar hit a single right back up the middle. Coming to score even off the single was going to be Metzger, but then it went under Christensen's glove in center field, and going from home plate to home then was Trey Huzar as he went around all 4 bases. That's the 2 runs so far here for Northern Cass. As you see, Boder with the 1-2 offering. That one will miss out of the zone. It's now 2-2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. With 2 outs here to the leadoff batter for the Jags. 2-2 pitch. Just out of the zone, works the count full at 3-2 with Ossie on the on-deck circle. Patiently waiting, Hatton Northwood, Thompson, Hillsborough Central Valley, and Larimore to get to their Region 2 portion of the bracket. 3-2 pitch, swung on and miss, and there's a strikeout. Boder gets his 6th strikeout of the game, and that'll retire the side. There were no runs on a hit, no errors, and a runner left on base. The Jags have stranded 5 so far through 4, but they do have a 2-0 lead on the Bank North scoreboard as we head to the top of the 5th.
The way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
Did you know that there are several different types of crop hail insurance policies? Hi, this is Bethany Rentz, crop insurance agent with Irie Insurance. We at Irie Insurance want to help you select a hail policy that will best protect your crops and bottom line from a hailstorm. Give us a call today to schedule a time to meet with an Irie Insurance agent. For our contact information, go to our website at irieins.com.
You're protected and appreciated at Irie.
Irie Insurance is an equal opportunity provider.
Top of the fifth inning here in Castleton. It'll be the 2, 3, and 4 batters of Kegley, Thompson, and Muckow due up here for Central Castleton, a game that's just over an hour old, about 66 minutes here today in Castleton for Game 2 of the Region 1 Championship Series. Right now, Central Cass down by 2. Going back to the first game after 5 innings, it was a 2-1 Northern Cass lead through 5 innings. Kegley's reached base on an error, 0 for 2 today. Thompson 0 for 2, and then Muckow is 1 of 2, or 0 for 1 with a walk. This one in there for a strike. It's 0-1. State baseball the last couple of seasons made its way to Buffalo City last year, up at the Corbett Field in Minot 2 years ago. Wind's starting to pick up just a little bit with some more gusts here in Castleton. 1 ball, 1 strike upcoming. 1-1 will miss out of the zone. It's now 2-1 on the way. Here's the 2-1 pitch. This one will come in and hit him. So Kegley, with a hit-by pitch, is able to get on board. And the tied run comes to the plate with Jake Thompson. And the reason why we say tied run is Thompson has hit a 3-run home run on a walk-off against Lisbon. Then Muckow's already hit 2 home runs as well, which has kind of been the trademark of the Squirrels here today and getting some runs across with the round tripper. 0 for 2 today is Jake with a pair of strikeouts. Osi with the pitch. This one will miss. It's now 1-0. As taking a look through, both bullpens quiet right now. The 1-0 pitch. This one will miss. Now 2-0. As the game gets a little bit deeper and it gets a little bit later, really about how many pitches do you have left? Do you have an appearance? Can someone even give you 12 pitches potentially? Is this one missing? It's now 2-1 on the way. Make that a 3-0 count, excuse me. So 3-0 on the way here to the number 3 batter with Thompson. As Muckow on the on-deck circle. Thompson going back to the first game here against the Jags was 0 for 4 after against Lisbon. Able to get that 3-run walk-off homer, sacrifice fly, drove in 4 as he went 3 of 4 at the plate against the Broncos. 3-1 on the way here to the senior. This will be popped up. Huzar comes underneath it. Eventually more of a fly ball there for Thompson as he able to bring that one out to center, and there's 1 down. As it goes now to Muckow here for the Squirrels. A little bit of a crosswind that's making its way from right field here with the tree shelter belt. And as you see Noah here, 0 for 1 with a walk. As Kegley takes his lead off at first, Noah takes a strike. It's 0-1. So Jacob Osi gets ahead on the count here for Noah, where they've definitely went away from Muckow. That one they run in at the hands. That'll be 1 ball and 1 strike. So is the final game of the Regional 1 baseball tournament. It started back last week on Wednesday with 8 teams this year, no play-in game. 8 teams all made it to the regional bracket, double elimination. Got in games on Wednesday and Thursday, then back to Monday, and here as well. The 2-1 pitch, he popped up. That'll go foul. And with the softball field here, that'll be a little bit more curious when those foul balls go straight back with the concession stand and everything else. Just having some more people and folks making their way through the Castleton area here. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way. I'll be smothered in the dirt. I'll be 3-2. Pearson and then Jack Everson here for the lineup for Central Cass. As Clement holding the runner at first base here with Brody Kegley. 3 balls, 2 strikes on the way here from Osi. 3-2, that'll miss out of the zone with the walk. And we'll make it runners at first and second base. As Pearson comes up to the plate with a single and reach base his last time up in the 4th via the error. went 0 for 3 in game number 1 against Northern Cass and picked up a triple that tied the game in the 7th inning against the Lisbon Broncos for Pearson. Here's the pitch on the way from Pearson. This one foul tip to the backstop. It's 0-1. Pearson, part of the senior class here for Central Cass. No matter what happens in this game, the final time that he'll be playing on this turf with Pearson, also with Nudell, Thompson, and Muckow here for the Squirrels. As the throw, trying to apply the tag there was Hoyland, but he did a better job of just keeping that ball in the glove and not allowing it to go to center field. For Northern Cass, Huzar, O.C., Clemens, Waitson, Hoppy, Hanson, Steele, Metzger. That Waitson is Carter, as there's a fly ball that'll be hit to left. Metzger comes underneath it, and that'll be the second out as they look to get the lead runner for a double play. Not in time. So a good contingent when it comes to seniors there is Jacob Osee able to get through that one as Sam Johnson calls for a time, and they'll talk it over here for the infield. He gets a fist pump as well there for Osee. And that looks like the right fielder will be coming in, and we'll see some different changes here defensively for Northern Cass. We'll let you know about that here in a few moments here on YourLiveVent.com. And it looks like Cody Waitson will make his way out to right. Hanson will come in, and we'll continue after this here on YourLiveVent.com.
New inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
The Rumble on the Red, presented by Ellingson Companies and Gerdau Metals Recycling, is coming to West Fargo, North Dakota. The World of Outlaws and Austin Energy Drink Sprint Cars come to the Red River Valley Speedway on Saturday, May 31st. Tickets are available now at slspromotions.com or by calling 815-344-2023.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
High school baseball here today, Region 1 baseball tournament, 2-0 in favor of Northern Cass over Central Cass here, but Jack Everson comes up to the plate as Parker Anderson will be making his way towards the mound. As we'll see this with Cody Waitson going towards right field, and now at second base, here will be back to O.C. So O.C. back at second base right now, and they'll go through the signs with Carter Waitson and also Parker Anderson. So 4 outs for Jacob O.C., able to come in relief. He is on the hook with the hit batter and the walk here on the way with the runners at first and second. Here's the pitch. This one foul back. It's now 0-1. Parker Anderson's second appearance so far here in the tournament came in with 25 pitches. Here's the 0-1 pitch on the way. This will be hit, and that's down for a base knock on a line drive. Cagley rounding third. He's going to come in and try to score. The relay not going to be in time. And the Central Cass Squirrels have made it a 2-1 game. As coming in to score is Cagley. Muckow stands at second. And then Jack Everson able to get the base knock here with a run driven in. It's a 2-1 contest, and you have the tying run and the go-ahead run on the base pass here on YourLiveEvents.com. So you'll see now with Ryan Osmonstead, who's reached base twice with a single and a walk. As this one will miss out of the zone, it's now 1-0. Batter number 6 of the 5th inning here for Central Cass. They've been knocking on the door against this Northern Cass club with bases full in both the 2nd and the 4th innings. Northern Cass got out of the situation, giving up no runs, trying to do the same here in the 5th, but just minimize the damage just to 1 run now and take the lead coming back up in the bottom half of the inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. Osmondstead has been a nice part of the lineup here for Central Cass. In the first game, went 0 for 3 with a strikeout against the Lisbon Broncos. Ryan was able to get a double, 1 of 4, but came into this last day with some good numbers, going 6 of 9 in the first couple of games at the plate. This one, check swing. Yes, he did go through the zone. It's now going to be 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Ryan Osmondstead. Big part of the lineup, a big part of the inning right now here for Central Cass. The one thing this has done is going to allow both Cagley, Thompson, and Muckow to come up to the plate at least one more time with the amount of at-bats that they've had here in the inning. Anderson, the 1-2 pitch. Foul tipped again here to Ryan Osmondstead for Northern Cass, bottom half of the 5th. You'll see 2, 3, and 4 batters with O.C. Huzar and Carter Wadeson coming up to the plate. As we're 6 hours old into our coverage here today in Castleton for the Region 1 tournament. Here's the 1-2. Swung on. This one through the glove and into the glove of Carter Wadeson to get out of the inning, but a run does come across here. On 1 hit, there were no errors and 2 runners left on base. We played 4.5 today on the Bank North scoreboard. It's Northern Cass 2, Central Cass 1 on your liveevent.com.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions for 2025 and beyond with a drain tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free, detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
Bottom of the 5th inning here on yourliveevent.com. A 1-0 pitch upcoming to OC. This one is foul back. It's 1-1 as we get to our in-game update brought to you in part by Dakota Heritage Bank. Sharing their heritage and their future with locations in North Dakota and Minnesota. Go to dhb.bank. 2 runs in the 3rd inning for Northern Cass. 1 run so far. That came in the 5th. Top half of the inning here for Central Cass. It's now 1-2 to Jacob OC. Boder, 4 innings of work. He's given up a couple of hits, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts. And this one will be fisted, and that'll be through for a base knock and right. And Jacob Ossie gets aboard with a single on the way here. That'll be the 5th hit of the contest here for Northern Cass, and they will have runners at runner at first base. As you will see, Jacob Ossie now at first base. Huzar hit one right back up the middle for a single. Went under the glove of Christensen, and he made his way all the way home on a 4-bagger as Huzar with a walk and a single. Run driven in and a run scored. As this is going to be laced into right center field. That one's going to be down and past Osmondstead. Going to second base is OC. Sam Judson's going to wave him on in. Here's the relay from Cagley. It's not going to be in time, and it will be a RBI on the way for Trey Huzar as Northern Cass now takes a 3-1 lead. Well, Trey has absolutely scolded the last couple of base knocks here in this one. OC able to come in and score. Double for Huzar. He'll take third on the throw. And now it'll be 3-1 here for Northern Cass. And here can be the separation moment if you're a Jags fan. Try to get up by more than 2 as the bunt, as this one's going to be hit foul, and they were going for the suicide squeeze as Carter Waitson takes this one for a now strike. It's 0-1. Carter with a 4-pitch walk in the first, singled in the third. As the infield will come in, and Northern Cass trying to take a 2-run lead to a 3-run lead with no outs here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. As they look back, and Boder just throws it back to the shortstop Everson, as you have the third baseman Peterson making his way, as we'll get a time, and they're going to call a balk. They're going to say yes it is. That's going to be a balk on the way. So coming in to score, it'll be Huzar to come in on the balk, as it now will be a 4-1 advantage. So with that balk, it just was an awkward play to begin with when you're throwing behind the runner at third towards the shortstop. As you'll see the 0-1 pitch, as this will be hit on the ground. There's going to be the shortstop. Everson will throw across to Muckow in time, 6-3 on the putout. And there's one down, but regardless, Northern Cass does get a couple of runs so far here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. And it's now Chris Hoyland who's 0 for 1 with a walk. So just kind of an awkward play all in general. You're trying to pay as much attention to the runner at third and not have him come in. But now all of a sudden you give up 2. And it will be Chris Hoyland. It's now 1-0. Thompson in left, Christensen in center with Osmanstead and right again for Central Cass on the outfield. 1-0 pitch. This will be hit right back up, and Rylan Boder nearly got hit right back up on a swing by Hoyland. As Hoyland hits one back up the middle, and we'll get another base knock here for Northern Cass. As Coach Justin Baggio is going to call for a time here and walk to the mound. And we'll see if this is for a pitching change, as Northern Cass does have a pitcher, and there will be to the bullpen. So we'll let you know who's coming in next here for Central Cass from the bullpen in a moment on your LiveEvent.com.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Stop on out to Watts Ace Hardware in Castleton and gear up with name brands from Steel, Milwaukee, Ego, and Craftsman Power Tools. Plus, Watts Ace Hardware has a key cutting and paint mixing section for your own do-it-yourself projects. From their grill selection with Traeger, Blackstone, Weber, and the Big Green Egg to their customer laser engraving center, Watts Ace Hardware is a place you need to check out. Stop in at 1610 Governor's Drive in Castleton for Watts Ace Hardware. Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
So for Ryland Boder, 4 1/3 innings of work here in this one. Does give up 4 runs, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts. Going back through in the 3rd inning, a single to Metzger, Huzar, and Waitson. Gave up a single to Cody Waitson. Then the 4th, a couple of singles here to O.C. Huzar and Hoyland in this particular contest. So 7 hits, and then Cade Lindstrom coming on in relief now for the Central Cass Squirrels for the junior. So Lindstrom, so far, will have his very first appearance here of the Region 1 baseball tournament. Here's one down, and this one will be hit up the third baseline. That'll go foul. It's 0-2. Some of the pitchers that are already done in terms of their pitch count. Keegan Peterson came on, he is officially done. Lucas Christensen has already thrown 114 pitches through 2 appearances here for Central Cass. So right now for the Squirrels, all about keeping it to now a 3-run Northern Cass ball game as this one has popped up. Clemens will see this one go foul out of play. It's going to be 0-2. As we see a youngster playing in the dirt, the third base side, kind of like a sandbox there with the pitcher's mound. Able to do that until someone says, "Excuse me, ma'am, I have to warm up to go into the game or possibly get ready for your next one." As you'll see the 0-2 pitch upcoming. This one will run in. Does it hit him? Yes, it does. Clemens will take the walk. Hoyland will go to second base. As now you got Hoppy coming up to the plate. If you're Northern Cass, you've been knocking on the door trying to defeat Central Cass over the last couple of seasons. You've just given a great opportunity here in the 5th to already score a couple of runs. Now it's about trying to slam the door shut from a Jags perspective. From a Central Cass perspective, trying to avoid what happened back on Monday in the 6th inning where Northern Cass plated 7 runs across and it was kind of a death by 1,000 paper cuts. By a single, by a walk, by an error. That's one in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Hoppy 0 for 2 today with a pair of strikeouts. But this particular bottom of the 5th inning has very much a reminiscent feel to what that bottom of the 6th inning was back on Monday at Teamsters Field in Fargo. 0-1 pitch, big swing. It's now 0-2. Tell you what's getting to work out today, our mini generator in center field. That buddy's been on since about 6:30 this morning. No balls, 2 strikes with 1 down as Lindstrom gets the strikeout. Hoppy is retired on 3 pitches in a big out number 2 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Parker Anderson, now the pitcher, will be coming up to the plate. So Brody Zeski 0 for 2, and the designated hitter makes some moves defensively. You'll see Anderson here. The pitch on the way. This one will be in there for a strike at 0-1. Later today up in Mayville, Region 2 softball tournament, Thompson-Mayport CG in the Region 2 title championship. And then Carrington awaits the loser for a state qualifier. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Runners in a break to third. There's going to be no throw. So the lead runner in Hoyland gets to third base. And it will be runners at the corners with a 1-1 count upcoming. So Region 1 softball will wrap up today. We'll find out the 2 representatives there. Then we'll have the East covered with Region 2 as well. Some similar names still around to try to make it to state. Here's the delayed steal. Going on the indifference, essentially, will be Sam Clemens. Now you have runners at second and third. 1-1 pitch upcoming. This one swung and a miss. It's now 1-2 on the way. Here's the 1-2 pitch upcoming to Anderson. This will be slashed. That'll be off the first baseman. Muck out towards the second baseman. Kegley with the flip not in time coming in to scores a run. As you'll see Hoyland coming in, so that steal of third base comes in large. As we have runners back at the corners with a new score, it's 5-1. Muckout did his best to try to get in front of it. It bounced into Kegley, who threw it to Lindstrom. Third run of the inning as Hoyland comes in. Clement goes to third, and Anderson gets aboard. An infield base hit for Anderson. Here's another delayed steal. This is similar again to what happened back on Monday with just getting runners at the corners, getting delayed steals, getting runners in scoring position, doing the little things from the Northern Cass perspective as it's a 5-1 contest. This one is swung on. Foul back to Cody Wason, batter number 8 of the inning here for Northern Cass. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 down here in the bottom of the 5th inning. As Lindstrom with the 0-2. This one will be hit up the first base side. That'll be a foul ball. And for Central Cass in the 6th, they will have their 8, 9, and 1 batters to the plate. But 3 runs so far across for the Jags in the bottom of the 5th inning, looking for their 3rd state tournament appearance in program history if they can finish this one off. The 0-2, no miss. It will be now 1 ball and 2 strikes. For these teams, some already had their last school day yesterday for Castleton. Others having it today for Northern Cass. Here's the 1-2 pitch. This will be hit in the air, filleted to center. Coming down is Christensen as he got on his horse to retire the side, but not before 3 runs come across in the bottom of the 5th inning on the Bank North scoreboard. New score, Jags 5, Squirrels 1 as we head to the 6th.
Guiding light, 'cause you don't have to go alone. I will bring you through the storm. I will lift you up. No, you're not on your own. I will be the light that carries you through the storm. I will lift you up.
The Northern Cass Booster Club is here for all Jaguar students from academics, arts, athletics, and co-curricular activities throughout the school year. You can find more information or become a Northern Cass Booster Club member today by scanning the QR code on screen now or follow the Northern Cass Booster Club on Facebook for updates throughout the year, or simply search for the Northern Cass Booster Club page on the Northern Cass School website. Go Jags!
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
Top of the 6th inning on the Bank North scoreboard, sharing their heritage and their future with locations in North Dakota and Minnesota. Go to dhb.bank. That again is dhb.bank. Chase Miller with you. We'll have Josh Boyko, once this game concludes, make his way down to the field, and we'll get some interviews with the victorious team, and then Josh will take over for the next game, featuring Thompson, Hatton, Northwood coming up a little bit later on in the Region 2 baseball tournament. 1 ball, no strikes here to Grayson Lewis, who's 0 for 1 with a walk. Lucas Christensen, and then it goes to Keegan Peterson. Here's the 1-0. This one will run in and hit him. For the Squirrels, all about finding ways to get on base right now, any way necessary. So Parker Anderson will have a hit by a pitch, and you'll get a runner on here in the top of the 6th inning. Now to Lucas Christensen. For Region 2 fans, going to be a little just more patience here today for what their games are coming. Again, everything just getting delayed after a 2-hour, 20-minute first game. And then from there you had the second championship game here of the Region 1 tournament. 1 ball, no strikes here to Lucas Christensen as we'll get our full distance here. There's the 1-0 pitch upcoming to Christensen. That'll be in there for a strike. It's now 1-1. And then from this point, it'll all be a matter of waiting and seeing what is upcoming for the region or the state Class B baseball tournament bracket of what is upcoming, from who gets there, who gets seated properly, what are the matchups for a week from today at Newman Outdoor Field. Here's the 2-1 pitch. I'll miss out of the zone now, 3-1. Once this game gets done, you can give it about a good half hour or so in between games once Thompson, Hat, Northwood take their IO, and then also they just will get everything situated from the Region 1 bracket to the Region 2 bracket. Allow whoever to win this one enjoy it a little bit, as we'll have a walk. So a hit by pitch and a walk. Now you got runners at first and second base here for Central Cass as it goes back to the top of the lineup as Coach Sam Johnson wants to talk it over here for Northern Cass as they will come on in. Would like to thank also our post-game show sponsor here today with the Red River Valley Speedway and the Norman County Raceway. Fans at the Red River Valley Speedway, check out the World of Outlaw late models on June the 28th in Ada. Tickets now available at normancounty.raceway.com. That again is normancounty.raceway.com. As we're here in the top of the 6th inning. As Anderson to the plate. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball over for a strike for Parker Anderson against Keegan Peterson. It's now 0-1. Central Cass trying to do what the Jags did in the 5th. Put 8 batters to the plate, scored 3 runs. This is a hot smash that's over the shortstop, Hoyland, into center field. Everybody will move up station to station as Trey Huzar hits the cutoff man right in stride there with Clemens. But the bases are full of squirrels, and the tying run comes up to the plate. That one was hit right on the button there for Peterson. Lewis goes to third, Christensen to second, Peterson at first, and now it's to Brody Cagley. You've seen Cagley go gap to gap today against the Lisbon Broncos with a double and a triple. First game hit a single, went 1 of 3 with a run scored. And is now coming back on one more time will be head coach Sam Johnson. And we'll talk it back over here with Sam one more time, as you'll see again Cagley, lefty-lefty matchup currently on this one. Also with no outs, just a matter of where you want to go with the ball, as it looks like we will get a pitching change coming up here in a moment. So we will let you know who's coming up after that, as we'll continue on the way here on your liveevent.com.
Farmers, are you expanding, upgrading, or want to automate? Visit with the experienced staff at Hope Electric to learn about the latest electrical systems and the newest technologies that they have developed to make your operation more efficient. Get a custom system in place with features like iPad truck loading and remote view grain storage, touchscreen controls, hazard monitoring systems, and wireless cellular cameras to protect your assets. Hope Electric, serving the agricultural and commercial industry since 1978. Visit hopeelectric.com or call 701-945-2460.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 201 Main Street, Hunter.
It's time to hit the ground with summer lawn and gardening projects, and Mayport Hardware is here to help. Stop by the greenhouse and browse the wide selection of flowers to liven up your yard. From the outdoor power tools of mowers, tillers, and trimmers to the lawn care essentials of seeds, fertilizers, and top-tier gardening tools, let Mayport Hardware transform your yard to where the grass is greener. Come visit Tim, Sue, and the staff at Trail County's Hardware Hank on Main Street in Mayville.
Again, some text message into the booth here talking about guys who have to run the 4x2, and they're saying, it's going to be tight unless you got a jet plane to take you out to Bismarck and maybe parachute you into the Community Bowl with where it is right now at 2:30. That's scheduled to get underway in a couple hours out in Bismarck. Base is full. This one will be hit on the ground. That'll be to the third baseman, Hoppy. And can they get the lead runner? No. Can't get the lead runner. And then they come to third base, and he's out. So Christensen is out at third as he will get tagged by Hoyland after the throw by Carter Waits. And a run does come in to score. So if you're a Northern Cass fan, you'll take it. It's now 5-2. You'll have runners at second and third with one down, or at first and second with one down. So they went in to try to see if they can get the runner at home. Hoppy's throw just a little bit off the line to Carter Waitson, but then threw it to Hoyland after the attempt by Christensen, who was rounding third base. As you'll see, this one delivered for a strike on the way here to Thompson. So reaching base is Kegley. There'll be no balls and one strike. So runner at second is Peterson. Kegley at first. Here's the 0-1 offering on the way. This one will be hit foul. It's now 0-2. So no balls, two strikes. Tied run again for the Squirrels at the plate, but now with one down here in the top of the sixth. This will miss out of the zone. Waitson's throwing to center, or almost center field, trying to keep the runner in Keegan Peterson close to second base as O.C. went for a Superman slide at second, trying to keep that ball in front of him, and Hoyland backed him up nicely. As we'll have the 1-2 pitch upcoming. Breaking ball. Thompson gets it out in front. This will be a tough play, and Hoppy will let it roll, and that one will go foul. Did it hit his glove or not is the question. They're going to say it's a foul ball. Trying to glove it, then by the time it came through, Hoppy just said, you know what, let's just let this one go underneath the glove. Fortunate there that it continued to go foul because that was close, and also was close of Hoyland applying the tag on the lead runner, Peterson, to possibly able to get him out as well. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out on the way. And Northern Cass obviously is not the only team that's going to be impacted by this when it comes to whether it's girls or boys baseball, softball that's going on right now. With the other regions across the state, it might make that state tournament in terms of the team points look a little bit different. If you had a squad that said, hey, we feel like, we can be in the top 3, top 4 of the boys state tournament, and you have some athletes here for Northern Cass as the example, you might say, well, shoot, now we might not get some guys that are able to qualify through the prelims, get to the finals, would maybe potentially win or at least get on the podium and get yourself some team points. So that'll shake up the state tournament a little bit as well, particularly on the B side with these dual sport athletes. Here's the 1-2 to Thompson. Thompson, a big swing, swung on a miss. And there's a strikeout on the way here for Northern Cass with Cody Waitson. So Cody Waitson able to get the strikeout. There's 2 down. As we'll see, Muckow here with 2 walks today, 0 for 1 from the plate with a pop-up, but a guy who's had a home run in both games as Carter Waitson's going to talk it over here quickly with his pitcher. As out in right field again is Parker Anderson here for the Jags after Cody Waitson came in relief. 5-2 your score in the Region 1 Championship game number 2. Northern Cass in command with the lead as it stands right now. However, a great opportunity here for the Squirrels with Muckow. Muckow hits a towering blast. That'll go to center field. Trey Huzar takes a couple of steps back, right in front of the warning track, and Muckow is retired on one pitch, and that'll retire the Squirrels here in the 6th inning. A run does come across. New score on the Bank North scoreboard. It's a 5-2 Jags lead here on your liveevent.com.
World of Outlaws late models return to the Norman County Raceway, Ada, Minnesota, June 28th. Ada Building Center LLC start to finish showdown. Presented by R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. Enjoy the experience. Nationwide top 10 experience last year. Let's make it number 1 this year. World of Outlaws late models. Ada Building Center LLC start to finish showdown. Presented by R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. Tickets now available. ncraceway.com.
It's safe to say we have it pretty good in the Drayton, North Dakota area. Growing sugar beets, making sugar, bringing a little sweetness to the world. Every day, American Crystal Sugar produces sweet products people love in a place we love to call home. It's a thing we like to call the sweet life, and we're proud to share it with you. American Crystal Sugar's Drayton facility has recently started offering a $4 per hour shift differential for rotating shifts. Go to AmericanCrystalCareers.com for more information.
As we get to a Dakota Heritage Bank in-game update for you here today on yourliveevent.com. In-game update is everyone's wondering about track and field right now for some of these athletes across the state of North Dakota. Also, able to hopefully get some golfing in on the boys' side, as they've had a couple that have been postponed and delayed as well over the course of the last week and change, trying to get another qualifier in after the regional. And out in Bismarck, the Lobos look like they're going to win the Region 3 championship, as Lamore Litchfield-Marion Edgley with a 11-3 lead over New Rockford Cheyenne. The Rockets got to win that game. If the Lobos do, they will make their way to State and Fargo, and they have an 8-run advantage currently right now on your liveevent.com with Greg Gren. So that, again, is a Dakota Heritage Bank in-game update as we take a look out west. Also going on, the Enderlin Eagles and Kindred Richland when it comes to softball here, just about a stone's throw away from the baseball diamond here in Castleton to the softball field. As the pitch on the way is going to go foul. It's now 0-1. The Vikings defeating the Enderlin Eagles, or leading over the Enderlin Eagles right now, 5-0 in the bottom of the third in a game that is a elimination game in the Region 1 softball tournament. The 0-2 pitch going to be hit on the ground. This one will be in front and coming across the diamond in time as Peterson makes a nice play, able to retire Metzger, who was trying to make it through the tape there at first, almost like a 100-meter dash. That'll be 0-1, and there's one down. So Jacob Osee coming up. A single with a run scored back in the 5th inning. 5th inning has been the difference right now on our Bank North scoreboard. Is here's a swing and miss. It's now 0-1. So one run in the top half of the 6th inning for Central Cass to cut into that 4-run deficit. But as it stands right now, they'll be down to their final 3 outs going to the 7th. 0-1 pitch. And that'll be 1 ball and 1 strike. And fun time of the year when you get to baseball and softball. And it can be a tough time for players, coaches, and fans alike when you get to the 7th inning where you say you're down to your final 3 outs of the season. You're down to your final strike. As Osee is hit by a pitch, Lindstrom will give up the free pass here. And we'll have a modified post-game show as we still have 3 more games yet to go with the Region 2 baseball tournament to conclude. The defending state champ will be on their heels to begin with Thompson, as they will go up against Hatton Northwood in a Region 2 elimination game for the Tommies. Hillsborough Central Valley, Larimore in the winner's bracket, and then we'll have the elimination game a little bit later on. Runners in a break to second. OC will get into scoring position. Has delivered a strike here to Trey Huzar now with the open base. We'll see if they pitch to him or not, as Trey has a walk, a single, and a single with 2 runs scored. We'll get a couple runs driven in as well here in the contest. This will be hit in the air. Coming across is Christensen. Christensen comes into left center. That'll be a fly out, and there's 2 down. So 2 down on the way. With 2 outs, now it goes to Carter Waitson here with a walk, a single, and a ground out back in the 5th inning. As we'll see the runner on the way here. That'll be in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Taking his lead off a second is Osi. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That'll miss. Now 1 ball and a strike. Also still to come here next week. State baseball, state softball in North Dakota. Then about a week and a half we'll get to the Shield Softball All-Star Series. The first Monday and Tuesday of June. The second and third. 1-1 pitch, foul back. From there, the Optimist Volleyball Series. Just under a month from now, the 16th and the 17th. So it'll be the Bismarck Greater area and the Fargo area as well. And then we'll head to the Lions All-Star Basketball Series in July. 1-2 pitch. This one will one-hop. Pearson will go up the first base side. Looks. Does a nice job there for Pearson as that one was blocked, but he did a good job looking at the runner, Osi. And Osi with 2 down. Didn't want to be the third out here in the 6th inning at third base. Where, again, just a bloop and a blast somewhere here by Carter Waitson could make it a 4-run contest again here for Northern Cass. 2 balls, 2 strikes, or 2 down. The pitch. Foul back, and we'll keep it at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Also still to come today in Castleton. Region 1 softball tournament, as we mentioned, currently underway. Hillsborough Central Valley Central Castle playing the Region 1 title here at 4 o'clock is a scheduled time. 2-2. That'll be a strike 3 looking, and that'll retire the Jags here in the 6th inning. So you had no runs, no hits, no errors, and a runner left on base. We played 6 today on the Bank North scoreboard. Northern Cass leads it by 3 with the Squirrels coming up with their final 3 outs.
Softball or baseball skills to the next level with personalized instruction from the professional staff at the Ball Yard. Their mission is to provide area players, young and old, the opportunity to improve their skills in a professional level facility and to provide a high level of instruction to youth players to help them achieve their goals at the Ball Yard. Come and visit the one place in the Fargo-Moorhead area where it's always summer. For more information, go online to fmballyard.com. That's fmballyard.com.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has brought in to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
Down to the final 3 outs of this season here for the Central Cass Squirrels. As if you're just joining us, they have already announced the all-region team, the senior athlete and coach of the year hailing from Northern Cass, and they're trying to make it a trifecta. You get the senior athlete, you get the coach of the year. Now they're trying to make it the region championship team out of Region 1 as well, where Trey Huzar was the senior athlete, Sam Johnson was the coach of the year. And trying to make it for the 3rd time to a state tournament. The Jags made it in 2005 and 2016. This is their 5th game of the season, 5th game of the tournament for Northern Cass. While the Squirrels have already played 3 games prior to today. This is their 6th game here for Central Cass, having to play 1 extra one than Northern Cass. Down to their final 3 outs, as you will see to the plate. First pitch swinging is going to be Pearson. It's now 0-1. So 5, 6, and 7 batters due up here. As you'll see, the 0-1 pitch upcoming. This one will miss. As you'll see, the zone. Now 1 ball and 1 strike. And it's Cody Waitson with the 1-1. That one will be in there for a strike. It's now 1-2. Good breaking ball there for Cody. As we'll have the 1-2 offering on the way. This is a fly ball that'll be torched down the left field line, and that'll go foul. You see the golf carts make its way through, able to see the shorts and T-shirts come back from earlier in the week when you brought out your parkas and had a blanket and some hand warmers back on Monday, it felt like, in Fargo. The 1-2. That'll miss out of the zone. If it gets in the 60s, low 70s today, it's going to feel like a heat wave. We were kind of joking 40 degrees would feel cold again after having 90 over a week and a half ago. Here's the 2-2 offering. That'll miss. Now 3-2, and what the Squirrels will try to do is what they did in the 6th, and that's get their first couple of batters on base. Can they find a way to bring the tying run to the plate? That will be the question here from the Squirrels' perspective. Waitson trying to not make that happen. There's a line drive that'll be over the shortstop with Hoyland. So Pearson able to get a single to left, and the Squirrels get a runner on here to open up the top of the 7th inning. And we'll get a courtesy runner coming on here with Thummel. So Thummel will come on in courtesy run here at first base. Cody Waitson gives up a base knock. And now will be Jack Everson following that, who's one of 3 so far here today. Here's the pitch. Taking a ball. It's now 1-0. So that one works out. There's on 1 ball, no strikes. So the number 6 batter here in the Central Cass lineup. Taking his lead off of first. Again, is Thummel. 1-0 pitch. That'll be in the turf. It's now 2-0. Hospenstead stands on the on-deck circle, followed by Grayson Lewis. As you'll see, the 2-0 pitch upcoming. Good pitch at the knee, outer part of the plate, now 2-1. So 2 balls and a strike here, Jack Everson. Big play, not going to be in time as diving back safely. No problem there is Thummel. And we'll have the 2-1 offering yet again. 2-1, that'll miss for a ball. It's now 3-1. Big pitch upcoming here for Cody Waitson. 3-1 pitch is going to be hit in the air. That'll go to center. Huzar takes a couple of steps in on the Central Cass Squirrel logo, and there's 1 down. One down with Ryan Osmonstead coming up to the plate. A single, a walk, and a strikeout so far here today for Ryan. Central Cass down to their final 2 outs. Waitson was able to get that out without a runner getting on board and bringing the tying run to the plate. That's what he's going to try to do here with Ryan. Good off-speed pitch. Works ahead the count now 0-1. In a game that's working to the 2-hour mark here in this one. Started back at 12:51. Here's the 0-1. That'll be hitting the air. That's to left. It's got a little carry to it. Metzger makes its way and able to take a couple of steps in front of the warning track for the 2nd out. So a fly out to center, a fly out then to left. And you'll see Grayson Lewis coming to the plate, hit by a pitch with a run scored, a walk here today as well. He's 0 for 1 from the plate. Right now, Grayson trying to find a way to bring up Lucas Christensen on the on-deck circle. While Waitson is 1 good pitch from sending Northern Cass to a state tournament in their backyard at Newman Outdoor Field. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Big swing. It's now 1-1. I mentioned Northern Cass left a good chunk of base runners in the first game. That's kind of been the theme here for Central Cass in game number 2 as they've left 12 runners on base so far here in the 2nd game. This one missing. It's now 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike on the way here to Grayson. The pitch. That'll miss. It's now 3-1. 3 balls and a strike upcoming here. Swung on and missed. Foul tip in the glove of Carter Waitson. It's now 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, region championship on the line. Thummel at first. Cody Waitson with the payoff pitch. Swung on a miss, and the Jags are heading to the state tournament. For the 3rd time in program history and the first time since 2016, Northern Cass is heading to the Region 1 Championship Hill, and they're making their way to the state tournament. A final here in this one, Northern Cass 5, Central Cass 2, and a ball game that takes 2 hours here today on yourliveevent.com. Still to come here on this one, we'll get to our post-game show, brought to you in part by Norman County Raceway and the Red River Valley Speedway. Also from there, we'll hear from the victorious team. That and more is still to come. Northern Cass will pick up the win, improve to 25-4 on the season. The Squirrels season comes to a close at 17-6. And for the 3rd time in program history, Northern Cass again making their way to the state championship. Back with more after this here in Castleton.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
As we come back showing our post-game show here today on yourliveevent.com, Northern Cass again makes their way to the state tournament as they're able to defeat Central Cass by a final yet again of 5-2 here in this one. We'll get to the final line score in a moment, but first let's get to our player of the game, brought to you in part by Enbridge. Go to enbridge.com for career opportunities. Life takes energy. That is enbridge.com, and it's a kind of a wholesale of a couple of people, but Trey Huzar, when Northern Cass needed a hit, needed to get something good going, able to do so with a walk in the first, able to get a single with a run scored in the 3rd, then came all the way to score in off of that error as well. Huzar able to get a 2-bagger in the 5th inning, bring in a runner. Trey Huzar, when you really needed it, got the damage done here as they quickly are hustling because they got some track and field kids that got to find a way to get to Bismarck, so they're going to hustle their way onto the field here and take that photo team championship. Again, Trey Huzar is our Enbridge Energy player of the game. Go to enbridge.com for career opportunities. Life takes energy. That again is enbridge.com. From there, we'll get to our Halstead Telephone Company post-game connection. And the connection here in this one, the pitching staff able to get through the final game in some capacity of Metzger, OC, Parker Anderson, and Cody Waitson able to do the job in their best way, as you can see them hustling off the field right now and making their way towards that region championship, and a team photo as well as our Halstead Telephone Company post-game connection of Metzger, OC, Anderson, and also Cody Waitson, the 4 of them able to help out and minimize Central Cass to 2 runs in this game as our Halstead Telephone Company post-game connection. For more on Discover local reliability you can trust, go to halsteadtel.com. And from there, our Agassi Precision Ag players of the game. Agassi Precision Ag for feature precision planting, go to planterdoc.com. That again is planterdoc.com. And I think for Northern Cass, the 3 runs in the 5th inning after Central Cass scored a run in the 5th, able to come back and score 3 runs, an OC single, a Huzar double. You got Hoyland with the single, hit by pitch by Clemens, able to bring in Anderson with a base knock as well. They were able to do the job, and they answered the bell in the bottom of the 5th inning. When they were able to do that, separate a little bit, get up by 4 runs, that and more. That is our Agassi Precision Ag play of the contest. For more information, go to planterdoc.com. That again is planterdoc.com here in this one. As Josh Boyko will give the headsets off to one of the Northern Cass players here with Carter Waitson, as we will hear from Carter in just a few moments. This interview brought to you in part by Dakota Heritage Bank, sharing their heritage and their future. With more, go to dhb.bank. That again is dhb.bank. As Carter, congratulations, man, on winning this particular game. Just take us through what it means to be region champs for you here on this particular year.
Thank you, Chase. It means so much to the entire team, all the dedication, all the work outside during the off season, during the season. There's no harder working group of people than my team right here, and it took us a minute to get us going, but you know, that's what we're doing here. We're coming here to win.
Able to win game 2 after you had to wait around for a little brunch and baseball there for the game number 1. What was the message after? Obviously you want to win game number 1, but after falling short, what was the message in the dugout there from the coaches and just your players to say, hey, we still got 7 more innings to go out there. Let's go out as region champs?
Yeah, first game was really a rough loss, but the big thing that kept us in was our mentality. We kept going around every single teammate, mentality. It's what's going to keep us in the ball games.
Able to win this game, Carter, just put it into words, that final out, what's kind of going through your mind. I'll breed a brief abbreviation celebration because you got to get some guys to track and field for crying out loud.
Yeah, no
but what was it like just knowing that you're making another week of baseball with this team and you're heading to Newman Outdoor Field a week from today?
Going into this game, I knew this wasn't going to be my last game of baseball. I knew I had another week ahead of me. And, it just took all of us to come together and really put that all together. But I knew that it wasn't going to be our last week, and we really showed that on performance today.
How big was the third inning to get a couple of runs and, more importantly, play with a lead early in this one and able to see some of the guys, out in front, Metzger, Huzar, obviously just take us through what you were able to do with that base knock there, Carter, as well, and just be part of that hit party there in that third inning?
Yeah, absolutely. We always say start our bats off hot, then we only get hotter. So that's exactly what we did today. We started off hot, we got our energy going, bases come in, hits happen, and then the rest is history.
Hey, final thing for me, Carter, before I let you go. Biggest thing you're looking forward to playing at Newman Outdoor Field will be what once you get there on Thursday?
Oh, geez, just the atmosphere. I mean, there's so much history there. Just to see our entire program, after all of our hard work, go there and just take it all in.
Hey, Carter, congratulations on the win, and best of luck moving forward next weekend up to Newman Outdoor Field.
Thank you, Chase.
Carter Waitson joined us here on our post-game show as this interview again brought to you in part by Dakota Heritage Bank, sharing their heritage and their future. Carter in this one, a walk, a single, able to do a really nice job, gets a big bear hug from head coach Sam Johnson as well. And I know I've talked with Sam over the last few years about Carter, about what he can do for a pitching staff and how he's just able to find different ways to keep guys, believing in themselves on the mound, getting through some difficult situations. And Sam pops on the headsets right now and joins us. And Sam, let's just start there. Let's talk about Carter. I know sometimes you and I have talked about he can be an unsung hero at times, right, because of what he can do both in the dugout, behind the plate, everything else. But what does it mean for Carter and this senior class, for you as a coach, to climb the mountain and get to that state tournament here?
Well, Chase, as always, thank you for covering our guys in your live event, for doing that. It's just awesome coverage that we can watch everywhere, and so thank you very much. Our Carter and our seniors, they're our guys. They're constantly just bleeding baseball, and Carter specifically, our athletic director, Mr. Laxdell, lives right next to him, and he says every single day they're just outside playing baseball. And how fitting is it that the two Wadesons are the one on the mound and behind the plate to finish out our region championship. I'm so happy for Carter. He deserves all the sweat, the tears, the blood behind the plate. But our seniors, I'm just happy for them.
This is an emotional one because I remember talking with you back, it was late March, early April, Sam, and I remember you were point blank. You said it's realistically state tournament or bust for this team. You kind of put that on their shoulders to say, we know what we want to accomplish. Let's put it into fruition. We know there's a finish line that's there. The beautiful thing about this, though, Sam, is you get another week of baseball with these guys. You get 3 more games. You get to play at Newman Outdoor Field. You're in your backyard with family and friends that can be there and have a lot of black and gold and contingent. So just take us through what the next week for you as a coach, knowing that the end is coming with these guys, but you still get an opportunity to see them go through their final game to play in a state tournament.
The first thing we're going to do is celebrate the heck out of this region championship. It's been 5 years in the making, and it's really nice to know, I don't have to set the team's goals, the kids do. And when they are the ones that get to feel that success, it just makes it so much better for me personally, too. I don't have to get on them to do things the right way. I don't have to get on them to be high-character individuals. I don't want this season to end. I know it's going to end next Saturday no matter what, but just the camaraderie between these guys and the fun that they have on the field and off the field and in the classroom. And, I also can't remiss their parents. They're creating awesome human beings. That's what we try to do at Northern Cass. I'm just grateful to be a part of it as the head coach.
Sam, I got 2 more questions for you before I let you go. Was that the quickest championship celebration ever because you got guys that got to be at track and field for crying out loud? I mean, that was like, let's take the team photo. Guys that got to go, time to boogie. Everybody else will enjoy it, obviously, throughout the weekend. But just take us through the celebration once you knew you were a region champ.
Well, it's never easy, first of all. But yeah, we knew that we had to be quick. Obviously our goal was to come in and win the first one. So they had some time to get over to Bismarck and compete in state track and hopefully go win a championship there with their relays and some of their individual events. Those guys are constantly competing, and I think that contributes to our success here. They've just been in situations that create high pressure. But the celebration, our guys were ready to charge the field, but we knew we had to be quick, and I'm going to give them a couple days off here because our guys are at state track. But then we're going to come back, and I know our goal is not just to make it to state. Our goal is to make a little bit of noise there too. So we're going to have a crowd show up. I know that in our backyard, like you said, Chase, and we're just excited.
Final thing for me, Sam, about 365 days ago was a heartbreaker for your club, right, on this very field. I know you would love to host and win it on your home turf with everything, but Mother Nature had other stores in plan for the last, week and a half to roller coaster your way to get to this point. But how fitting is it to win on this diamond a year, after the fact against a team that you lost to in Central Cass, and who's been the bully on the block in Region 1, the last couple of seasons?
Yeah, thankful for Central Cass, for this beautiful venue that we could come just get it in today for sure. Yep. We knew we were playing no matter what, and that was just kind of some peace of mind going into last night. Yeah, we wanted to host, but, weather's never benefited us, I don't think, and not that we need it to. It's got its mind of its own, but yeah, we had some flashbacks last year, especially, in that air in the first game, but Cody comes back and he just drills some strikes and goes and closes the door for us. And what a better way to spend the last day of school, huh?
Without question. Hey, Sam, we'll let you go. Congratulations again on the win, and best of luck on the north side of Fargo at Newman Outdoor Field next Thursday.
Thank you.
That again, Sam Johnson, the head coach for Northern Cass, joined us here. Those interviews brought to you in part by Dakota Heritage Bank. We'll put a bow on the Region 1 championship. That is next.
More at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you want in a hometown. Business opportunities, great jobs, and a top-notch school. Shovel-ready lots for your next idea, great jobs in manufacturing, healthcare, and agriculture, an excellent education for your kids with small class sizes and lots of school spirit, plus easy access to I-29 and the conveniences of North Dakota's largest cities. Build your future in Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
As we come back on our post-game show, brought to you in part by Norman County Raceway and the Red River Valley Speedway. As you see it, Hatton Northwood, Thompson Tommies making their way on the field. We will have 3 more games here in Castleton on yourliveevent.com. Roughly, probably about a 3:20, getting to the bottom of the hour. First pitch between Hatton Northwood and the Thompson Tommies for the Region 2, probably closer to maybe about 3:30. Then from there, you'll have Larimore against Hillsborough Central Valley in the winner's bracket, and another elimination game following that. Also in Castleton, Region 1 softball. We got Region 2 softball up in Mayville, so a lot of fun times here on yourliveevent.com. Thanks so much for tuning into our broadcast here today. On behalf of Josh Boyko, I'm Chase Miller. Josh Boyko will have the call for you on our next contest between the Thunder and the Tommies around the corner next here on yourliveevent.com. Tip of the cap to Coach Dustin Maggio and the seniors for Central Cass on a well-played season and to get to the second championship game. But again, your Region 1 title champions are Northern Cass. And congratulations to Sam Johnson, as we'll see them next week at Newman Outdoor Field.